Hello everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hi. The vibes are very different today. Different vibes today. How's everyone doing? How's your day been so far? Gotten everything done that you wanted to? So cute. So cute. Don't know why the bot keeps telling me that... It keeps telling me that my sound alerts are offline, but I just refreshed them. So I don't know. I don't know, man. Oops. Everything's jank every time. We can do that maybe. Thank you. Bad bot. I agree. I agree. Bad bot. How dare you? How dare you? Today is gonna be an interesting one. Gonna be interesting. I've got my cup of wine. We have no glasses in this house, so I'm using a solo cup. Oh man. Oh man. Ugh. Decided to play some jazz because I figured jazz was like a better vibe. It was a better vibe for I think what we're doing today. And also I think it's gonna be really funny to have in the background, depending on what type of fanfic we end up reading. I've got a wheel and everything. Got a wheel, and we can add to it. I have a wheel, and then I added some like popular, what are they called? Popular fandoms. Yeah, fandoms. I added some popular fandoms. Thank you. Yeah. I added some popular fandoms, and then if you guys have suggestions, then I can add even more fandoms. Maybe. These are just kind of like the defaults to start, you know? Also, insanely enough, yeah, thank you. We are at this camera, I swear. I should just turn autofocus off. We are at 43 followers. How fucking crazy is that? How fucking crazy is that? Crazy. That's crazy. Holy shit. It's crazy, bro. Anyways. I forgot to say yesterday, though. If you... I made a command for QOTD. If you did type it in chat, you'll see what it does. If you want to try it out. QOTD. You may already know what it means. Tell me it didn't do nothing. Why does everything break? No. No, everything breaks. Why? Ugh, I know why. I'll add it now. There. Now you can type QOTD. I fixed it. It's a question of the day. Question of today, wine or beer, which is better? Beer? Really? I like both, but I kind of feel like I'm a wine girly. Both is good though. I've got a Riesling. Why do you like beer better? Why is beer better than wine? Taste-wise? But see, some people absolutely hate the taste of beer and wine. What do they drink? Or maybe they just get used to it. Sip number 1. Jen. Fruit, LOL. Fruit, just fruit. Okay, cool. Just fruit. Oh man. Oh, that's so funny. So funny, so funny. Well. Oh, I forgot to... That one's fine though. That one's fine. That one's fine. We keep an eye on the bot. We can bonk it. We can bonk it if it's chatting too much. If it's taking up too much real estate. We can bonk the bot. What was I saying? I was gonna say something and then I cut myself off. What was I gonna say? I started to say something. Oh no. I'm already losing my mind. I'm already losing my mind. Well, it's gone now. It's gone now. I should not have put eyeshadow on. I am not a makeup girly. I'm not a makeup girly. One more chat stream elements and I'm gonna bonk ya. You better watch it. I have you set at 5-minute intervals. You should not be doing that. Looks pretty though. The eyeshadow? Thanks. I wasn't sure just because I don't normally wear a lot of makeup. That's right, bad bot. You do deserve that. You do deserve that. Oh man. Dude, I looked up a jazz playlist, like a DMCA free jazz playlist. The first 2 that showed up were not actually jazz. They were actually lo-fi, labeled as jazz. And I'm like, know the difference, because lo-fi is not jazz. You can have lo-fi that has jazz in it. That doesn't make it jazz. Oh, hello. Hold on. My name is Celestial Undenberg. Wow, what a name. What a name. Hi. How should I call you? Celestial? Celestial Undenberg? Udenberg? My name is, potentially. I see you have a fan rec for us. For future reference, I super appreciate it, but future reference, you need permission. Well, not like you don't need permission, but we appreciate if you ask for permission to post links in the chat. Where is this from? Fanfiction.net. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. What fandom is this? Is this a fandom? Is this, who's Mitch? Am I uncultured? Phineas and Ferb. Oh, Phineas and Ferb! Holy shit! Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, Phineas and Ferb. Holy shit. What if Mitch held his grudge against Isabella for 20 years? Good evening and happy Friday. Hope everyone is well. Hope you are well too. Happy Friday. Welcome back. Nice to see ya. Nice to see ya. I don't know how I should call you. Should I just say Average and every time? Or do you have like a nickname you prefer to be called? Like, and? Maybe? I don't know. What do you prefer to be called? Av or and is most common. Okay, cool. Okay, sounds good. But I don't really mind. Okay, I just figured, I don't know, nicknames are cool. And they feel nice. Most of the time. Most people think they like nicknames. I was like, oh, I feel like I don't want to call you just average and every time. I'll call you Ant, if you don't mind. I have received a Phineas and Ferb fanfiction recommendation. So I might be reading that. How's your day been so far? I haven't been able to check Twitch much today. Have you streamed today? Have you been able to stream today? I forgot to turn your notifications on. I need to do that so I know when you go live. Oop. It's short, 5 to 6 chapters. That is the sweet spot. I have read some insanely long fanfictions, like 80 chapters long, but they were really well written. But for the purpose of today, if we can read like 2 or 3 shorter ones, I think that would be good. We can get like a range of fics. Is this one, you know what? I don't want to know. Let's find out when we read it. My Immortal is painful to read because it's long and cringe. Oh. It's been good, thanks. Work is pretty busy, so I wasn't able to squeeze one in today. Thanks for the follow earlier. Yeah, of course. I should have done it earlier, to be honest. Do you have... So I guess you also have a full-time job then too, don't you? That's a lot. Work and streaming? That's a lot. Yeah. What kind of... If you don't mind my asking, what kind of work do you do? I think My Immortal is like 50 chapters. Oh! Is that the name of the fic? Is My Immortal? Is that the name of the fic? Is it on fanfiction.net or is it on AO3? That's very important too. I saw you in Rob's stream last night, which was nice. Yeah, I actually... Oh god. I would have had a better raid if... you work for the NHS in UK? Bro, that's badass. The fuck? Work for the NHS? Holy shit. Damn. That's a really cool job. Or at least it sounds like a really cool job. Yeah, super last second was like, oh shit, I should check if I can raid anyone. Because I haven't been able to successfully do it yet until yesterday. And so I checked super last second, like I was about to end my stream, so most of my viewers were gone. But we did it. We did it. And it was really nice. It was a very wholesome experience. My Immortal is a really crappy AO3 Harry Potter fic. Oh, damn. Too bad it's really long. Maybe we could do like a tasting of it and see if we want to do like a series. I could always, you know, like roll it out a certain number of chapters per stream, you know? Just like office stuff though, no doctor or anything. Oh, that's fine. I mean, it's the same thing. Well, to me it feels like the same thing of like someone's like, oh yeah, I served in the military, and you're like, whoa, that's so cool, and they're like, yeah, I was just office stuff, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck, that's still cool. For me personally anyways. It's still a very intriguing job title. For sure. For sure. Discord, please. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I forgot to check. I have Discord open and I still miss notifications. It's... Ugh, I'm a little all over the place. It's fine. It's fine. Forgot about that emote. That was a good one. I like that one. What's that called? Ha 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 ha. Oh, that is scary. Kind of scary, to be honest. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So maybe... I kind of want to try out My Immortal. Maybe just read the first chapter and see if it's like... Oh god, there's a lot of My Immortal fics. This is Lord of the Rings. That's a no. You said it was Harry Potter, right? Yeah, Harry Potter. Okay. No. Let me edit my search. My Immortal, fandoms, Harry Potter. I do have... Okay, so I made a wheel. I made a wheel of fandoms that we can choose from today. Basically, the spoiler-free plot summary is that Big Mitch from the Meep episodes in my fic teams up with someone I'm not going to spoil the identity of to get revenge on Isabella for his defeat in the episode Meepless in Seattle by kidnapping two OCS named Abigail and Rachel, who are supposed to be her and Phineas's daughters. Interesting. Interesting. So this is the one that you sent me, the Revenge of Big Mitch. That's the one you're talking about? And that one, this one is 6 chapters, so this one's fine. It's like 2,000 words. That's totally fine. I can read that. It's on this side. She will also be drinking wine. Well, that's up to you. That's fine. I don't mind you coming back here. I don't mind. That's my sis. And also my mod, and also my graphic designer. She does everything, because she's good at everything. That is the Hannah. Oh, hi Van. Huh?
Dude, you should be here.
Up to this line.
Oh, okay.
Up to this line. That's like the 5-ounce line, I think, or something like that. Hey Van. It is the Hannah. The one and only. We bought a
Too common of a name for that.
Yeah. We bought an extra big bottle of wine just because we're gonna drink it all eventually anyways. Might as well. It's cheaper. Not only like 3 Hannahs. All the other ones disappeared. They are no more. There are only 3 Hannahs. There was only 1 Hannah. The Hyatt's Hannah. And the ponytail keeps moving. Why you do that, bro? Why you gotta do that? It's fine. I'm losing it. It's fine. Okay. How long were you two in Skopje? We were in Skopje... How long were we in Skopje, Hannah? Was it 6 weeks? 8? Wait. Skopje was 5 weeks. 5 weeks. Yep. Wait. Yes, 5 weeks. We're getting all my cities mixed up. Yeah. That's a nice hot minute. What brought you guys out there? We were kind of planning on just becoming like nomads permanently. So we didn't have a lot saved. And we were just planning on building an income as we go, but we had some savings to like last us a little bit while we were like giving ourselves time to like work and stuff while we were traveling. So the most affordable place we could go was Albania, and we went there first. And so then we just made our way around the Baltics. And coincidentally, our parents also left to be nomads on the same day. Like, we had flights on the same day, and they also went to Europe. So we met up with our parents for 5 weeks in Skopje. So my dad still has his full-time job, but he was able to do it from like overseas and stuff. So like he was still working, and then we were living off our savings for a few months, trying to figure out ways to do like online work and stuff like that. It didn't work out, but it was still an amazing 7 months. I mean, 7 months, we got pretty far. I think it's pretty good. What are the odds? Yeah. They always said they were gonna do it. That they were gonna just travel the world. But we didn't think that Dad would actually do it, because he was always the worrywart. He was always the one that was very cautious and careful. But then they sold the house while I was in Korea. And I was like, they're doing it. Oh my God. So they sold the house and all their things, put the rest in a storage unit, and they're off. Traveling the world. I'll probably end up doing it when I'm around your parents' age. It's a pretty good plan. I think that's a great plan. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with traveling around when you're a little bit older, you know, like middle age, 50s. Did someone say something? Hannah, did you say something? I heard something on my headphones. Yeah. What am I trying to say? I thought that I wanted to just... You thought it was me? What was that voice then? Someone was yelling for us, I think. I have passive income and I just paid off my house. I just want to get some more of my investments where I want them before I go do anything too big. That's very, very financially smart. Very financially smart. And you paid off your house? Holy shit. There's a lot of people that can't do that. Period. You know? That's crazy. Do you mind if I ask what kind of passive income you have? Because that's something that I want to look into, or I have looked into, but there's a lot of like bullshit stuff out there, you know? I bought my house when I was in my early 20s thanks to my supervisor at the time. All right. Disabled vet. Got it. Got it. Well, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Early 20s. That's nice. Nice time to get a house. Nice time. I think my plan for a house is slightly different. Slightly different. I'm gonna buy land, which is cheaper, and I'm gonna build a house myself exactly the way I want it. Not a big one either. I don't care for super big, grand, basically empty houses. I don't care for those. I want one that's the right size, cozy but not cramped, and I want enough of a yard to be able to grow shit. And probably have some chickens too. I kind of want some chickens. You may end up doing barn dominium stuff. Building a house used to be fairly cheaper before the lumber gouge. Oh, that's true. Yeah, lumber's really... I did think about barns though. I've already searched online for barns that you can like buy all the parts pre-made and everything and then put it together yourself. I've looked into that too. I know people make barns into like really nice houses. So I have thought about that too. The barn dominium thing is perfectly reasonable if you don't need much space as well. That's what I was thinking. And I figured, because me and Hannah, my sister, we do everything together and we also plan everything together. So we're both planning on buying land and moving onto the same plot of land. Assuming neither of us gets married, who knows what'll happen then. We'll just have to buy more land so that we can have 2 separate houses. But my legs. Yeah, I just kind of figured like buy a barn, build it, get things piece by piece, just marry one another and get the tax break. Honestly, I will not say that it has not crossed my mind. I will not say that it has not crossed my mind. Is it like it's illegal, isn't it? Is it illegal? I don't know. We live in Alabama though. It might not be illegal. Can we just marry each other and just get the tax cut? Pretty sure in most places. Boo. Not boo. Not boo. Almost anything goes in Bama. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I feel like this is the one place where we might be able to get away with it. Just for the tax benefits. It's kind of similar, I think, to like... Similar to like friends who marry each other. There's literally nothing romantic about it, obviously. It's just for the tax benefits. Or like common law thing. What is it? The common law where you like live together for a certain number of years and like you can also get like, I don't know. You're not like officially married, but it's kind of something like that. I don't know. How we live in the good old state of Bama. Woohoo. Yeehaw. Roll Tide. All that good shit. Common law, depending on the state, doesn't have a time requirement. Texas has 0 time requirement. How does that work? So you can just claim common law? That feels a little loophole-y. Feels a little lax. A little lax, a little loophole-y. Oh, this wine is so good. Oh my god. I fucking love Riesling. Yeah. I think that's more realistic though. Rather than trying to buy a house, I think it makes more sense to just buy land. If you introduce one another as husband and wife and there's a paper trail showing that you've accepted the titles formally as a couple, boom, now it's gonna hold up in court when it's divorce time. Wow. Damn. Damn. Well, there you go. My goodness. You know, I am having a hard time finding this My Immortal fanfiction. Like a really hard time. We need to find a friend group to all get married. That works too. We could do that. Friends who aren't already married. Preferably. Unless they're, you know, down for that. I don't even know how legally that would work out. I don't... Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, honestly. If we're gonna be sticking around each other for a while, let's just get married so we can have the benefits. It's twisty turny. How does poly marriage work? I don't know. I don't know. Are you like officially married or not? I already got my first marriage out of the way. It worked out well, but IDK if I want to throw a second one down the tubes for benefits. That's fair. Different situation. Oh man. We'll figure it out. I got pretty lucky on the divorce timing. Oh really? What do you mean the timing of the divorce? What do you mean by that? Shall we start with mine to get us warmed up? Yeah, we can start with yours. I'm having trouble finding the My Immortal one. For whatever reason. Maybe I'd used the wrong tag. I don't know. But yeah, we can get rolling along, I think. How long has it been? 30 minutes. Been chatting for 30 minutes. Huh. It gets easier. Let me tell ya. Rambling gets easier. And I don't know if that's a good thing. TLDR, I was married long enough to not get put into the dorms as a young airman, and the divorce happened right as I made rank, so I evaded being stuck on base at any point. Oh! Also, it helped me end up in a house when I did. Wow, that is good timing. Huh. Yeah, I'd say that's good timing. For sure. How does this look? Okay. Looks okay. Silver lining. Yeah, silver lining. Uh-oh. You can't see chat because of the background. Is there like a dark mode for this? Is there a dark mode? Help. There should be a dark mode for Chrome, no? Is there, there's an extension. Dark mode extension Chrome, bruh. Yes. Getting it now. Yes. It's been added. I have to do it on a specific browser. Okay, hold on. Dark mode. Uh-oh. Dark mode. Oh no. This one no worky. What about this one? Dark mode. Uh-oh. Forsen. Hello, welcome. Hovflex? Hovflex? I think that's how you say it. Welcome. Welcome to chat. I'm having trouble with the dark mode. Give me just a second. My eyeballies, they be hurting. How's your day been so far? Hovflex. The heck? I just want the dark mode on, bro. What are you... Library streamer? Are links allowed? Yeah, if you ask. I'm not sure what you mean by library streamer. What do you mean by that? I do a little bit of everything. Today we're reading Bad Fanfics and having some alcohol. Why is it not working? It's not working. Green screen streamer or library streamer? Oh. Oh god, sorry. Sometimes it just doesn't click. No, this is my grandparents' basement. This is my grandparents' basement. I live with my grandparents currently. Oh, this is the one. Okay. Adding. Yes. Okay, great. Perfect. Yeah, so I am currently... What happened? How do I use it? Dark theme everywhere is on. Maybe I reload. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm getting... Oh my gosh, yes, grandparent streamer. There, I think it worked that time. Okay. Yeah, I live with my grandparents because we attempted to travel Europe and figure out how to make a living. Didn't work out. Came back home, but our parents sold the house and we're still in Europe. So now we're living with our grandparents. And this is all my grandpa's books. He never gets rid of anything. Yeah. Oh, it does give, I think, a decent vibe though, right? It's kind of... Which European country? If it's France, I'm sorry. No, we didn't go to France. No, we were in the Balkans. Yeah, we were in the Balkans. So we went to Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and... What was the last country? Bosnia. Bosnia. Yeah, we went to Bosnia. It should put every page you load into a dark theme. Some pages don't look quite right, or some elements will be tough to see. You can easily disable it for those pages. Got it. Easy. Thank you. Easy. Gotta turn this back on. Okay. Yeah. No, we didn't go to France. We were living off our savings. So we were trying to stay in the more affordable countries so we could last longer. What? What did I call you? Oh. Oh man, you guys. Really funny. Okay. Is the music okay? Is the music level okay? God, now I feel like I should change the text to... Maybe I should move my cam over here. Should I move it over here, maybe? How's that? I feel like that might be better, actually. Okay, y'all. Is that better or worse? Okay, cool. My cam's not sticking out a little cam box, is it? It's kind of hard to see. Hold on. Rearranging. Oops. Oops. I should lock some of this down. Should really lock some of this down. I think that's close enough to the corner. Yeah. Are there specific themes for the fanfics, or will it be random stuff like Forsen XXQC love fanfics? I want to make it as outrageous as possible. So what I did was I made this. And these are all the like most popular fandoms that I could think of. I even scrolled through a bunch of like AO3 tags and stuff to find the ones that had like the most entries that were like really popular that I thought everyone would know of. So we've got Marvel, DC, Star Wars, Harry Potter, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Disney, which if that one gets picked, we would make like another one for like sub, you know, Disney movies or something like that. And then Twilight, Alice in Wonderland, Hunger Games, Lord of the Rings, and Sherlock Holmes. Those are the ones that I thought were like broad enough that everyone knew what they were, and there was lots of options. But we also got recommended this one, which is 6 chapters, little less than 2,000 words. So I'm gonna try it out. My favorite Last Airbender character is Toph, not gonna lie. Yeah, hard to argue with that. I love Toph. It's really hard not to love Toph. Doctor Who, Sherlock, and Supernatural were, to my memory, the Giga fandom story writers. Yeah, that's true. That's so true. Yeah, it was those 3. You're totally right. The only problem is that my friends watched Doctor Who, but I didn't. I did watch Sherlock, and I watched like 9 seasons of Supernatural, and then I just never finished the show. Which is why, well, yeah, because depending on like what season of Doctor Who the fic writer writes it from also, like it would be different. Supernatural is pretty much the same though, but they're always introducing new characters. How many seasons of Supernatural are there? What, like 17? Is it 17? So many. I remember they tried to cancel it once. Can't keep up, honestly. I think they did actually end though, finally. I think they finally ended, didn't they? Let's just agree it was always Matt Smith because the teenage girls found him the hottest. Ain't nobody making saucy stuff about Peter Capaldi. You're right though. You're totally right. Yeah, that was me too when I was a teenager. Why is this all the way up here? What did I do? There we go. This September, Simpsons will be on, I believe, season 35. Holy shit. 35 seasons of Simpsons. That... My mind is blown. That's insane. Wow, 35 seasons. I will say, I know it's a time investment because I haven't seen anything more than just clips from The Simpsons. I've seen at least 10 or 11 seasons of Family Guy, but I have not seen very much of The Simpsons. And based on how many times they have like predicted shit correctly, I feel like I have an obligation. I have a duty to watch that show. Who saw the Simpsons Family Guy crossover? Was there a Simpsons Family Guy crossover? Wait, was it on both shows? Shit, have I not seen that? Was it like Family Guy on The Simpsons or Simpsons on the Family Guy? On Family Guy? What do you think? Not what do you think? You saw it. Do you remember? Or was it both? Was it like one episode, one crossover episode for each? The Family Guy characters went to Springfield. Oh. Wow, that's so cool. That's sick. I love that shit. I love that. What the heck? That's so cool. I'll have to check that out. I mean, to be fair, every clip I've seen from Simpsons, I have thought it was funny. Or like clever. So I know I would enjoy it, especially after watching Family Guy. I know that the humor is fairly similar, I think. When I tell you my sense of humor sucked before I watched Family Guy. All I saw of South Park is the movie. I haven't even seen the movie. I think the person the person who I was dating in high school loved South Park. And so he made me watch South Park. But when I was 16, I had zero sense of humor. Like, I thought it was offensive instead of funny. You know what I mean? Didn't really know how to not take things seriously. So I didn't enjoy South Park when I saw like a couple episodes, I think, when I was in high school. But I've now, like, that I'm older, I think I would really enjoy South Park. So I kind of want to watch South Park and The Simpsons. Just because it's so, like... Ooh, they do the shit that, like, nobody else has the balls to do. And they get away with it, you know? And it works because they make fun of everyone. It's like... proper comedy, you know? The Blame Canada song has been stuck in my head for at least a year. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. Oh man. There's a lot of good stuff that have come out of those shows. Yeah. I did finally watch most of The Office though. The US version. Finally. But I didn't finish it just because it kind of like went downhill in the final seasons, I feel like. I made it through like maybe 6 seasons, 6 or 7. But that show was really fun. I enjoyed that. I didn't think that was funny either when I was younger. Bruh, I used to be a boring ass bitch. Oh my god. Lordy. Really, really, really boring. I also see a lot of there's this one clip in Last Year's Treehouse of Horror. They actually parodied Death Note. What? They parodied Death Note. Oh my gosh. What? That's insane. Oh my god, that's sick. Man, you do it and then ask questions later, right? You just do it and ask questions later. Oh, that's so funny. This song's too chill. This song is too chill. Too chill. Ooh, that's better. Okay. Shall we begin? Shall we begin? Yes, okay. This is called Revenge of Big Minch. synopsis or like teaser. What if Mitch held his grudge against Isabella for 20 years? They have grown up. They grew up. Bruh. Alright, chapter 1. Mitch's scheme for revenge. Mitch is ranting 20 years in the future, so close. I was so close to taking over Meep's world, but then little Miss Pink Dress, Pink Bow, black hair, and cute and innocent semicircle head ruined everything. There's gotta be a way to get revenge. A familiar but cute voice with evil intent shows up. I can help you with your scheme. Bum, bum, bum. Mitch inquires, who are you and what do you want in exchange? The voice identifies itself. Call me little Susie Johnson, and all I want is to see evil triumph. Who is this kid? Mitch inquires. What? Mitch demands rather skeptically. Well, Susie, what kind of scheme do you have planned? Susie tosses him a photo. The girl who thwarted your invasion 20 years ago. She married the pointy-headed boy. These are her 2 daughters, Rachel and Abigail. Capture them, and she'll be putty in your hands. Oh my god, this is like actually planned and shit. Basically Jeremy's evil little sister from the show. I see. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. Mitch is pleased. Yes, that's good. I cannot laugh evilly. In an out loud monologue. Prepare yourself, adult Isabella. I'm coming for my 20-year overdue revenge! Abigail and Rachel are walking this time with Phineas and Isabella as escorts. Mitch explains to his robots. Okay, remember the plan. Restrain the 2 adults. I fire the tractor beam and abduct their daughters. Any questions? There's abduction in this? Abducting kids? They proceed to do so. Mitch sets up an alien monitor announcement. Hello, Isabella, remember me? Isabella asks confusedly. No, why would I? Ah, she forgot! Oop, that's gotta sting. Notice this part is in script format because flashback. Got it. She gets interrupted by her head, making her remember. Oh no, Meep needs our help. Phineas, Phineas, come on, Phineas. Phineas, snap out of it. Meep is down because he outcut... What? Because... What? Meep is down, he's been outcutted. What are we gonna do? Phineas! What? Isabella, hey, wait a minute. Isabella, we had a secret cute weapon all this time. You. Me? Don't you see? You can take him. He's only cute on the outside, but your cuteness goes right to your core. So what you're saying is you think I'm cute? It's scientific fact. I even had to put an 8,000 ohm resistor on the cute tracker just to keep you from burning it out. Close enough. I'm on it. What? You can do it, Isabella. Just be yourself. Past Isabella grabs the rope, dangles over Mitch and yells, Hey Mitch, what you doing? Oh, hey Mitch, what you doing? Cute echo at the end of doing. Meep! After the memory ends. Okay. Isabella rages. So that's it, eh? You kidnapped my daughters as revenge for what happened 20 years ago? You're pathetic. Honestly. Just saying, 20 years ago? Bruh, you should have talked about it, maybe? Mitch says, but you see, I'm not going to be easily distracted like that ignorant buffoon Doofenshmirtz was. So I recommend you and your friends don't try to be brave. So either write and send a surrender note, or your daughters will meet a painful end. I expect your answer within the next 96 hours. This guy's unhinged. He's unhinged. Will Phineas be able to formulate a plan to defeat Mitch and Susie and save Rachel and Abigail? Or will Isabella have to write Mitch's demanded surrender letter? Or will they fail, resulting in their daughter's doom? Find out next time. Let's find out. Whoever wrote this be like, honestly, they're just... Goodness. Okay, chapter 2. Phineas has an idea. Ooh, Phineas has an idea. Okay. Isabella is getting more nervous. Phineas, what do we do? Meep is we don't even know where, and Mitch has the kids, and he could waste them at any minute. Starts freaking out, hyperventilating. Phineas calms her down. I have a plan. Shows her the remote to the second dimension. Huh? Isabella's confused. I don't get it. Phineas explains. Simple. We go to the second dimension, explain the situation to other dimension Cadence and the Resistance. They come back, help us beat Mitch, and save the kids. Send Cadence... Candace. Why am I saying Cadence? Candace. Send Candace and the Resistance back home and everything works out. What? The Resistance? I must be forgetting something from the show. Is that from the show? The Resistance? This triangle got me all types of confused. Seriously, what is going on? Oh my gosh. Oh, this is great. Will Phineas's plan work out, or will Mitch waste the kids early? Uh-oh. Find out in part 3. Part 3, let's go. Chapter 3. Is this the full title? I don't know if it is. It doesn't say. Second dimension Candace and Firestorms. Okay. After landing through the portal, Phineas comments. Excuse me? Note to self, never try a landing. Referring to how this time he lunged through the portal and fell hard on his butt. Ha! Then he heard a voice to... Basically, the second dimension is an alternate reality where Doofenshmirtz managed to take over Danville. Oh, I had forgotten about that. I haven't seen this show in a long time. Gotcha. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Got it. So this is canon, second dimension. Okay. Then he heard a voice too hardcore for him to not recognize. It spoke... Uh-oh, tell me that's not... Oh, okay. I never thought I'd see you back in this dimension. First dimension Phineas. Hello! Hi, Breadstick! Or TV Breadstick? Should I call you Breadstick or TV Breadstick? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. We're reading fanfics today. And drinking wine. Well, I have wine. Actually, I don't, because I need to refill it. But anyways, Breadstick? Okay, I can call you Breadstick. Welcome to the chat, Breadstick. Thanks for the follow also. Super appreciate it. Welcome to the fam. Welcome, welcome. My brain just shorted. My brain shorted. It went woo! Woo! Thank you. I hope you're having a good day today. Let's see. This one that we're reading right now, this fanfic, is about Phineas and Ferb. Phineas and Ferb, except it's like 20 years in the future, and Mitch is trying to get revenge against Isabella by kidnapping her kids. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's super crazy. Okay, Phineas's memory got jogged. Not the warmest way to greet someone you haven't seen in 20 years, second dimension Candace. Candace 2D dictates, if you're back after 20 years, it must be important. Well, you're not wrong about that. Phineas reluctantly admits, it is. But since this time the situation directly involves her, I'll let my darling wife explain why we need your help. Isabella tells the story to the Resistance. It was another day that summer 20 years ago. I was about to do my usual bit of asking Phineas, what you doing? What you doing? I had to do that right. We had to run from a giant podwalker driven by Big Mitch, who at the time was across from his first defeat. who was cross from his first defeat. Anyway, our alien friend Meep explained we had to get this relic of pure cutonium, a substance that makes the subject irresistibly cute, which in his society means unstoppable. However, Doof from our dimension, the incompetent version, drank it by mistake. We managed to snag him from Mitch's grasp with a crane swinging a pipe. We almost got away. Mitch snatched Doof at the last second and immediately made a course for his castle on Meep's home planet. We stormed the place to try to stop him. We were too late. He became so cute, not even Phineas could resist. However, through my natural charm, I managed to snap Phineas out of it. This gave him the idea to use my cuteness to defeat Mitch. It worked, and thanks to Phineas's quick thinking and my charm, Mitch had been defeated. Wow. Okay then. Anyway, because he holds a grudge against me for his last defeat, 20 years ago, he abducted our daughters, Rachel and Abigail. We would tell Meep, but we have no idea where he is, so we were hoping you and the Firestorm girls could help. Please? Pretty please? Second Dimension Candace knows her conscience won't let her deny when kids are in danger. Okay, but Second Dimension Phineas and Second Dimension Isabella, you two stay here. Second Dimension Isabella is not pleased with being benched. Why? Second Dimension Candace explains. If two of the same person from different dimensions are in the same place for too long, it'll cause the entire universe to collapse. Oh my. Phineas, Second Dimension, acknowledges. That makes sense. Sis, be careful, please. What is gonna happen? Okay. Second Dimension Candace lets out a chuckle before entering the portal and says, "Ha! How her relationship has changed. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd have to worry about me." Will Phineas, Isabella, Second Dimension Candace, and the Firestorm girls be able to reach Mitch's ship and save the kids before Mitch decides to kill them? Wow, they switched from waste them to kill them. Oh my, that got intense. Okay. Are we following along? Is everyone following along? Are we all on the same page? We're on chapter 4 now. I just realized this was a Phineas and Ferb fanfic. Yeah. Yeah. Taking notes. Okay, good. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Chapter 4. Alright. Candace's strategy and Susie's defeat. Okay. Oh, that kind of spoils it though, doesn't it? Put that in the title of the chapter. After they storm Mitch's fortress, Candace 2D states with extreme determination, "Here's the plan. Holly, Millie, Ginger, and Gretchen, you guys take care of any robot guards." Gretchen 2D agrees. On it, Commander! Candace, Second Dimension, finishes her plan. Meanwhile, Addison, Sweetwater, Katie, First Dimension Phineas, First Dimension Isabella, and I will rush in, pummel Mitch, rescue Rachel and Abigail, and then we all hightail it out of here. Any questions? Holly interjects. I have one. Is it really wise to attack the bad guys when he's got hostages? Some sense! Holly's got sense, guys! She hear that? Holly knows what's up. Isabella replies in a fit of rage. It's not wise, but do I care? No, I don't. He crossed the line by dragging our daughters into this feud with me. This is vengeance. Dun, dun, dun. Phineas then ponders. What? Our daughters learned not to spill our family name, so how did Mitch find out? They're in hiding? They have to hide their family name? What's going on? In comes Susie with a demonic voice. I told him. Uh-oh. Phineas snaps. It's you! Jeremy's little sister Susie! You did this! But why? Susie ridicules him before explaining her motive. You're just as You're just as naive as my big brother always said you were. My reason is simple. I'm using you, your wife, and your daughters for one reason. Isabella angrily demands more info. What is that reason? Susie continues her evil rant. The reason, my naive Izzy, is revenge against your husband's sister, Candace. This song is not appropriate for this. This is fucking elevator music. Oh, that's so great. Okay, moving on. That was interesting. Interesting timing, to say the least. Okay. Second dimension Candace assumes, you mean me? Susie clarifies, not you. You clad in black dingbat. I kind of like that. Not you, you clad in black dingbat. Your first dimension counterpart. You see, I spent years trying to embarrass her in front of Jeremy to keep his love squarely on me. Needless to say, he still decided to stay with her, and for that reason, I swore I would make Candace pay one day. This story angers Millie to where she asks, Commander, permission to smash this tiny sadist face in? Candace permits it. Permission granted. During the fight, Susie mentions one thing to try to instigate Millie. You're gonna side with the girl who accused you of telling Ferb about what you wrote in that letter? Are you daft? Wait, what? What letter? There has not been a mention of a letter. Has there? Did I miss something? Was there a mention of a letter? Or is this from the show? Is this like canon from the show? What letter? Huh? You're gonna side with the girl who accused you of telling Ferb about what you wrote in that letter? Did I miss something? Show lore? Okay. This causes Millie to be mad enough to finish knocking Susie out cold. Damn. Now that Susie is dealt with, the team will be able to pull off their plan to defeat... Oh. Now that Susie is dealt with, will the team be able to pull off their plan to defeat Big Mitch? Find out next time in the semi-finale. Oh, there's a semi-finale. Oh. Okay, give me just a sec. All right, we're back. We're back. Season 5. Semi-finale, part 5. Down with the Big Mitch. Down with Big Mitch. Okay. It's attack time. Candace 2D announces, okay, now that that little interruption is out of the way, we must launch our attack. I don't like the way I said that. Moving on. Cut to the room where... Ooh, it's like a movie now. Cut to the room where Mitch has Abigail and Rachel locked up. This is so fucked. This is so fucked. Rachel defiantly yells, "You don't scare us! Our mom knows judo, hapkido, and jujitsu, and our dad was the smartest boy his age when they were both kids." Mitch is unfazed. Ha! Your parents won't dare try anything while I have you locked up. Suddenly the crew shows up. Isabella bravely says, "Think again, Mitch." Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, so now Mitch is there. Or Isabella's there. Got it. Isabella bravely says, "Think again, Mitch. Candace, you save the kids. Kids, look away. Mommy here is about to do something rather graphically violent to this man." Proceeds to beat up Mitch so violently not even Phineas can watch. The fuck? Mommy here is about to do something rather graphically violent to this man. Who says that? Oh my god, I love it. I fucking love it. Candace 2D states, "Mission accomplished." Well, at least they succeeded. Bro, that could have been terrible with the kids being locked up and everything. For a few seconds. Oh, until Phineas calms her back down. Oh, did I miss something? Graphically violent as opposed to vaguely explicit. Mwah. You get the award for best comment. Oh my gosh. As opposed to vaguely explicit. Oh my god. Oh man. That's so funny. Okay, for a few seconds until Phineas calms her back down, Isabella is panting like a savage ape from her beatdown on Mitch. What a descriptor. Panting like a savage ape. Whoa. Stay tuned for the grand finale when Candace, Judy, and the Firestorm girls go back to their dimension and Phineas, Isabella, and Rachel and Abigail go home. Oh, this was the climax. Now it's the resolution. All right, last chapter. It's time to bring the grand finale. Phineas, before saying anything, says, "This is it. Thanks for everything, Other Dimension Candace and the Firestorm girls." Second Dimension Candace, before leaving, says, "It was nothing. Oh, and Isabella, those few seconds when you went all bonkers on Mitch, in that brief instant, you reminded me of myself, albeit a usually frilly version of myself, but still." Isabella appreciates the compliment with this reply. Other Dimension Candace, that means a lot coming from you. What is going on? Second Dimension Candace only says, "See ya," and heads into the portal. Now we're back at the house. Okay. Phineas states the following. "Kids, this is the only other option I can think of to keep you from being kidnapped again. So take these walkie-talkies designed to warp us to you. However, they're only to be used in case someone tries to kidnap you again." Isabella inquires, "Why didn't you give them those until now?" I mean, if he had them. If he had them. Why are they in such danger? Like, besides Mitch, who else is going to try to hurt their family, you know? Doofenshmirtz? Phineas explains to her, "I needed parts from..." Oh, I needed parts from Dr. Baljit's lab and the ship to make the teleport system. Isabella acknowledges. That makes sense, I guess. Rachel and Abigail both say, "Thanks, Dad. We'll be sure to use them if there's trouble." The end. I love how there's not one mention of how the kids feel. At all. Like, the kids were the ones who got kidnapped. But does it say anything about... I don't know. Except for that one time they talked back. That was really shit. 8 out of 10, one of the best fanfics I've ever read. Yeah. Because we have a reverse scale today. 10 is super shit, which means it's the best. This was a good contender. Good contender. All right. I do have this. Yeah. I do have this for genres. And I figured if you guys have an opinion, then we can stick with that one. Or I can just spin the wheel. Or if anyone has another specific fic recommendation, a bad one, then I can read that too. Why?
Why?
You're still on camera, bro.
I know.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Where am I supposed to go?
Nowhere. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Hello, chat.
What do you guys think? How about I do this? Here. Choices. Okay. 1, spin the wheel. 2, let chat decide. 3, send chat has specific recs already. Oh my, so big. Let me change this to black text. That didn't change anything. How about that? There, that works. Okay. What do we want? Spin the wheel, let chat decide. Or if you have another specific rec idea, we could do that too. Okay, we got 1 vote for 1. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything from you guys. I have no opinion. I'm not even a follower. Lol. You can still have an opinion, but if you don't have one, that's fine too. God, this music is so quiet. There we go. Alright, I think for now we shall spin the wheel. Let us spin the wheel. What will it be? DC? Oh, that was dank. Hold on. That was really dank. DC, huh? Okay. Okay. DCU. What kind of subtags do we have? Because there's all kinds of... You could do like what? Batman, Superman. You could do like specific DC characters. We also want to make sure that they're not too long. Word count. From 0 to, let's say, what, like 5,000? 3,000? Okay. Yeah, this is better. Oh, this one's not even finished. Lordy. Is 5,000 too much? That's not too much, right? Surely. Nah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Let's see. What other kind of filters do we want to add? Characters, maybe? Surely. Surely. Because if we go here, I think it was here. No. Oh, there's no scroll back to the top. Bruh. V. Where was it? No, that's not it. It was under fandoms, cartoons, comics, and graphic novels. This would work for DC. There's... I saw one for Batman. There's a whole bunch of other DC characters too. I don't know. Maybe we should just make it general. And we can just sort by... Where's Kudos? Huh? Am I just skipping over it? Ratings? Lowest Kudos, exactly. Exactly. It's different on desktop. There's no other... The heck? Hold on. Edit your search. I'm gonna do... Fandom DCU. Heroes in Crisis, Cyborg. Oh my god. Comics. Okay. And then we're gonna go... All characters. Kudos. 0. Search. This one has 0 hits. Only 1 chapter though, it's not finished. I want it to be finished. 7 kudos, 3 kudos. See, now we're in the range where we need to be. Can always middle mouse click and just move mouse to the top of the screen. If there's... Oh yeah, that's true. Huh. I knew that. I didn't know that. But now I know that. They should have one though. Every website should have one. Should be mandatory. Mandatory scroll to top button. Okay, so amongst these ones who are finished, we've got Boy, I Am Bad at Math. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, Jason Todd, Roy Harper, romance. Okay. Okay, fooling around. Don't know what we're gonna get with that. Okay, and then we have Beautiful Imperfection. Okay. Jonathan Kent Samuel. Oh. Huh. These are all the same person. My bad. What if... I don't know what these tags are. Mentioned abuse. Light angst. Okay. Killing me slow out the window. I'm always waiting for you to be waiting below. Wow, I love that title so much. Oh my god. Oh, it's only one chapter too. It has more hits, but it's still like, you know, it's like 18 kudos. What is this? Nightwing? Dick Grayson, yeah. Slade Wilson. Dick being a slut? Jeez. Slade being an asshole. Dick had made the best mistake in his life, sending a text message with nothing but a hey with a slutty amount of Y's. I think they're not using the word slutty correctly. This one has 6. Wallflower. Major character death. I don't know if we want a character death. We're doing this for fun. I'm curious about this one. This title just gets me. That's funny. This work could have adult content. If you proceed, you have agreed that you are willing to see such content. I put it in the stream title, guys. 18 plus. Kids, close your eyes. Leave the chat. Here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? I have no idea what's gonna happen. This is only a one-off. This is a one-off. Killing me slow, out the window. I'm always waiting for you to be waiting below. What the fuck? Okay, let's just skip to it. The screen was the only thing illuminating the dark room. The flashing bar waiting for Dick's fingers to write anything as the message flashed across his face. It had been a mistake. A ridiculous, childish mistake. Oh, a big mistake. I can't fucking read. But who could blame him when all he had was the dark of his cold living room, alone in his shitty apartment on a Friday night? Okay, it was an early Saturday morning, but for him, it still counted the minutes. What? Okay, it was early Saturday morning, but for him, it still counted the minutes of the end of work, when he had just taken off his mask and thrown himself on the couch. That was the worst part. Maybe coming home and being alone. That was the worst part, maybe. Coming home and being alone. Sometimes these punctuations, guys, I'm struggling. Not that he'd had much company since the moment he'd cut off contact. Mostly, his life had been like that since forever. Changing identity, a new uniform, and a city alone as a responsibility didn't really change the fact that his late nights were still spent marathoning on the couch and sleeping in small intervals of time. Didn't really matter if he was in a relationship or not. Which of late hadn't happened for a good few months. Dick could go out and meet someone at some party, but what was the fun of that, really? It involved a lot of effort, and honestly, he wasn't the type to settle for such things. Meeting new people was a lot of work, and he wouldn't be going out with someone he didn't know, especially given the risk it could expose the person to. Still, Dick didn't like feeling like this, alone. Maybe that was the logical explanation, or the one he sought to stifle the real one. In any case, the screen had not yet gone out. And no, it wasn't because Dick didn't have any inactivity limit. He actually did, and it was quite short. But the boy just wrote and erased several times. Damn. It was like a damn sorry dog coming back with his tail between his paws. Paws? We'll let it slide. It got even worse when the conversations came up. The clear "don't look for me anymore" and the "I don't want to see you ever again" with no answers. Because Dick didn't give him the chance. Shining through with the blue check. A nasal laugh. Pathetic. This is a little disjointed. I'm having trouble following. Like, most of it, I guess, kind of makes sense, but like, what the heck? It's so... I guess most of the bad ones are cringe though, so you can expect a lot of cringe today, guys. The back of his neck shivered at the imagination of the voice in the word. The exact tone in mockery disguised as affection, or the other way around. No one could ever really tell with him. What did that just say? Who is this in reference to? What is this grammar? Dick took a deep breath. 3 counted, and another 5 or so... What? 3 counted, and another 5 or so lost in some of the painful and gentle memories. Which one? He was alone. He felt lonely. He was tired, and on top of everything, he needed it. Needed what? The touch of another? Is that what we're talking about? It's too vague, you know what I mean? It's too vague. So, as if he was still a 19-year-old kid, he just straightened up on the couch and, putting on a smile to convince himself, hit the keyboard. He shouldn't be impressed by how quickly the strokes turned blue. His heart, too, should not have been pleased by that detail, only to drop into his stomach when minutes followed and there was no further response. It was the second chance the universe was surely going to give him. Dick turned off the device, throwing it against the couch just to have something to cash it on. Something that wouldn't cost too much to fix. Because he still had that all-important old lamp next to the bed, but the upholstery on the side of the couch would protect the cell phone screen. I think I'm losing brain cells. I think I'm losing brain cells. What? Okay. He stood up, defeat running through his bones as his steps grew heavier from exhaustion. Only minutes after hitting the mattress, his eyes were already closed and the image of the message fading from his mind, giving away to the darkness of exhaustion. I feel like I'm tripping. That's what it feels like. That's exactly it. It feels like I'm tripping. Like none of my thoughts are fully linking together to create anything coherent. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay. Okay. The message notified as soon as the shot was fired, which normally didn't bother him, mainly because from what he remembered, he wasn't in the habit of leaving notifications on during contracts. Of course, it had its exceptions, but it had been months since that sound beeped. Oh, he's on a mission and he got the message. Got it. Okay. As far as he could remember, Dick had blocked him after an idiotic string of pseudo-threatening messages. The mercenary didn't do much to care. There's no names besides Dick. The only person who's mentioned is Dick. That's it. The fuck? It's so confusing. Okay. Which actually took longer than he expected, so he could clap Dick on the back if he wasn't a little furious at the delay itself. His target was down, blood staining the ground around him, and no one around to check in time to be saved. So he just turned around and pulled out the device. First, seeing the boy's profile picture was telling. Since he'd been blocked, he didn't get to check much social media stuff, because if he wanted to, he'd be able to find out which picture Dick was using. The other, just basic tracking to keep him under his gaze. So now if he was looking directly at the growing smile, ocean blue eyes, sailing happiness at his cheek. What? So now he was looking directly at the growing smile. Ocean blue eyes, sailing happiness at his cheek, was pressed against the cheek of the bratty Wayne, who in turn was scowling, but the eyes were soft enough. Slade was in parts impressed with the choice. In parts of what? It, like, Slade is in pieces? Is that what we mean? Slade is in pieces? Is that what that means? Okay. The old photo was just a quiet smile photo. Good lord. I thought it might be a photo, but like, that still doesn't explain why Slade is in parts. Like, is he just like off to the side of the photo? You know? The old photo was just a quiet smile with the sea in the background, taken by him on one of their getaways. To get away from their problems and just enjoy a rare sunny afternoon on some beach. It was the last time they went out together. Second, the message. Dick wasn't cordial, never had been. In text messages, often Slade just spent minutes trying to decipher what the kid had abbreviated, and almost always lost the impatience of the other messages. It feels like this. Okay, hold on.
Has you really?
This isn't DMCA, is it? What is this? It's not loading properly, hold on.
Has you really been far, even as decided to use even go want to look more like? Call 985-655-2500 inside the details for go further and even more decided to use. You can really be far as decided twice as much to use and go wish for it. When you decide far even once to use and go want, then get really far even as decided to use and look more like and go after. It's just common sense. Apply today.
It is, it is. This is the fic. This. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. Oh my gosh. I can't. Yeah. I searched so hard for that. That was a good payoff. Good payoff. Kudos. You get kudos. But not AO3 kudos. Just kudos. Alright, let's see if we can make it through this. It's almost over. No, it's not. We're not halfway done. Oh my god. We're not even halfway done, guys. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Slade wasn't expecting some real explanation, of course. Wasn't expecting some real explanation. Of course it wouldn't come. He knew his little bird. He wouldn't fail to be interested in why he'd been blocked months ago. And then now, simple as that, unblocked and followed up by a single message. Hey! Maybe that is a slutty amount of Ys. That is a lot of Ys.
Bruh.
Exactly. Bruh. That's a lot of Ys. That's a bit much. Okay, the corner smile was inevitable as he turned off the screen of his cell phone. Like a fucking bitch. Yes, because smiling when someone messages you, it makes you a fucking bitch. Uh-huh. He collected the equipment scattered on the roof, did not inform his client that the target had been killed. The newspapers would show it in the morning, and then he could savor the value of the transfer. Now, however, he needed to take the fastest route to Blue Haven. Only his little bird would get him back that fast. The cold wing whipped against his bare back. That was alarming. There should be no cold wind. He had locked the window when he returned from patrol. If that wasn't enough to worry about yet, there was a delicious smell invading the room. Okay, that made him crack his eyes open. Oh wait, that made him open his eyes and check. Open his eyes and check. I need to do like tongue twister things to untwist my tongue. At first, there was nothing suspicious. If the smell of fried bacon coming from the kitchen was a common thing. All the clothes thrown on the floor were still on the floor. The rush to get dressed to go out, and then the laziness to straighten up when he came back, and his keys and cell phone were still on the dresser. Dick allowed himself to wipe his eyes, chasing away the rest of the sleep, only to lose his arms against his thighs as soon as the memory of the message returned. He might feel ashamed if he wasn't more desperate to know what the answer was. So there's no reason the door's open, or the window's open. He just did that himself? So there's no payoff. Okay, moving on. There's no payoff. Why is the window open? Bruh. Jumping across the mattress, the phone was soon in his hands. Password unlocked with his fingerprint so easy that the hero almost missed the fact that the only notification in existence was a video of a cat on a skateboard that Damien had sent him in the wee hours of the morning, and would be billing the boys hours afterward. Cute, but not enough to stop the emptiness growing in his chest. Bruh's hella lonely. The feeling of rejection always hurt, but Slade's? That was devastating. Why am I reading this? Why am I reading this? Okay. The feeling of no, not that he'd expected the mercenary to drop everything he was doing to come over to listen. Okay. Not that he expected the mercenary to drop everything he was doing to come over to Dick, listen to him complain about his life like he always did, and then fuck him until he had nothing to think about but the completely obscene sound of his... Wow, this got really explicit. I did say that I was aware of that, but holy shit. That was so out of nowhere. Oh no, where is this going? I have to read it. I have to. I have to read it. Just take another sip. Let's try this again. Take two. Not that he'd expected the mercenary to drop everything.
Do it! Just do it!
I get it. I get it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Not that he'd expect the mercenary to drop everything he was doing to come over to Dick, listen to him complain about his life like he always did, and then fuck him until he had nothing to think about but the completely obscene sound his moans and Slade's thrusts made together. But at least a fucking answer. Okay, sending a simple hey with a number of Y's that only someone totally desperate for attention and affection would send didn't help his situation either. Anyway, another day was beginning. Saturday was always perfect to start organizing his apartment and going out shopping for the rest of his basic supplies. The fuck? His mind had totally erased the good smell of the kitchen, because, being honest, the insulation in the building was so bad that yes, the neighbors always let the smell of their food escape. So that was just it. With that simple fact taking over his mind and clouding it of any other sensations, like the fucking window and the fact that there was a bag in the corner of the bed. A bag in the corner of the bed? Suspicious, Dick just staggered around the room, picking up the pieces of clothing with his foot. A great way to forget rejection. Clean up. The laundry basket was in the bathroom. The way there hummed and paused in parts. I think he hummed all the way there. Okay, the laundry basket was in the bathroom. He hummed on the way there and paused in parts so he could put other things in place. No, I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. He would need to take some time to do the laundry, but over the course of Saturday, he would think better of it. Dick organized the bottles in the sink, like the perfumes and the mouthwash. Everything always ended up the same way at the end of the week, but it didn't hurt to try to look a little more organized in between. He opened the small cupboard that held his main medicines, a syrup for a nasty cold he had caught a few weeks ago, and his contraceptives. And soon he would need to get another pack. Well remembered. The smell of bacon gave way to scrambled eggs, and he could really envy his neighbors now. Of course, he could go there and make himself breakfast, but laziness was winning him over because he was a procrastinator in those terms. So, when he finished his little general cleaning in the bathroom, he went back to his room and fetched his cell phone. There was enough battery left for him to hole up on the couch for the rest of the day. So it was while he was thinking about putting on some music to at least sweep the apartment that he heard a noise, like a pot being thrown somewhere. It was automatic. His body was moving before he could realize it, hands balled into fists as he stepped into the kitchen, only for him to freeze, surprised in place. Morning. Slade turned from the counter, 2 plates with the damned bacon and eggs in equal amounts arranged. Thought you was gonna take longer. Dick blinked a few times, hoping it was just a hallucination. He could still be dreaming. It wouldn't be the first time a dream seemed so real. But no dream could convey that solemn expression of Slade's. What are you doing here? Because it was pointless to ask how. Slade knew the security devices in the apartment, and it was only now that the younger man thought about how dangerous it definitely was. A part of him, the part that had sent the damn message, was jumping up and down and oh my god. A part of him, the part that had sent the damn message, was jumping up and down in disgusting glee. Not that his knitted brows, frowning forehead, and downcast eyes would let that show. I thought you wanted to see me. The plates went on the table. Slade still looked ruthless, but very relaxed for who he was. Well, I didn't. A lie, he really did. But breaking into the apartment was different from simply answering the message and asking to go. Not that Slade had done that in a while. You didn't? The mercenary was still leaning against the wood, arms being crossed over his chest as a mischievous smile crosses his face. Sorry, I guess your hey of bitch led me to believe that's exactly what you wanted. Slade had always been the champion at arousing controversial and quick feelings in Dick. This time, the exploding anger was greater than he could have imagined, completely silencing the screaming little slut of happiness that dwelled within. The walk to the front of the man was done in 3 strides. If you'd had the decency to answer, you'd know that. No? What? If you'd had the decency to answer, you'd know that. No. No. No? I don't know. Slade didn't seem to be shaken or to care. You can't keep barging into my apartment like we're still having an affair and are some kind of couple madly in love. We broke up months ago, and I definitely don't want to see you in front of me. His heart was thundering. That was why he had given it a go. Besides the whole maniacal craziness of the man always keeping an eye on him, Slade stirred up too many things. They would never work long enough, and Dick was tired of patching up his heart. That didn't stop himself from completely shivering when the mercenary just wrapped his hands around his waist, the same way he always did. Dick leaned forward just like a whore. Just like a whore. Why is that so funny? That booty. Just like a whore. Oh my god, I can't. Bruh. This guy is so lonely and horny. I swear. Holy shit. Alright. We're getting into it, guys. 18 plus. I told you ahead of time. I came straight up. The mercenary's voice was low, much lower than usual, and Dick hated what it did to him. As soon as I got the message. He should have bothered to ask where exactly the other one was, but Slade wouldn't be having a fun trip. Because Slade wouldn't be having a fun trip. What? Is it TOS though? Is it? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I didn't think about that. Can I not read it? If it gets to be like an explicit sex scene, then I'll stop. Because probably I shouldn't read that. But I think the tag said fooling around, so I don't know what counts and what doesn't. Guess we'll find out. But his reasoning was gone the moment the older man's strong fingers tightened around his waist. Reassurance, a promise that everything would be okay if Dick was between those arms. The boy hated that. You're an asshole. He muttered low enough he could punch Slade in the face. In fact, would be doing so the next time they met in costume. Is that why you changed my contact name to absolutely don't? The amusement was clear in the voice. Slade still had his fingerprint registered on his cell phone. Oh yes, Dick could pretend he cared about the older man seeing his messages. Your profile picture is nice, but I preferred the old one. Dick pursed his lips in some kind of ridiculous pout. Now his heart was definitely speaking a little louder than all reason. Longing screamed through all his bones as he slowly relaxed against the larger body. It sucked. It's almost the end, so I don't actually know if they are gonna, like, you know, do it. Now, sit down, let's eat, and then discuss a few things. We'll end up fighting. You know. We never just discuss the relationship. He snorted lowly, but loosened up and sat down as instructed. The truth was that they could never fit their views together. They would always be distorted, and it would always affect their relationship. Slade set down the 2 remaining cups of coffee and pulled his chair close, reaching for his plate at the same moment. It was almost a familiar everyday scene. Dick hated how his heart only warmed at the thought. The probabilities, the what-ifs hovering and forming knots in his mind with all the moments lived next to that idiotic man. It was ridiculous how we still had hope. I missed you too, little bird. Yes, I named the fic after a Taylor Swift song. I can't. We made it to the end, though. We did. We made it to the end. Huh. Blue ball story. Honestly, though, actually. Honestly. Yeah. Just like, they're just teasing and then nothing. Teasing, then nothing. Like, literally no payoff. That blue ball, though. I mean, just a blank space. I think that's a good question. Wait. Because her music has matured as she has. Like it's evolved as she's gotten older. But I still think it's like maybe not, actually. It might just be our generation. You might be right. Oh. My siblings and their friends don't listen to T-Sizzle, but my ex paid Giga money for her new concert. What? She paid to go? That's hundreds and hundreds of dollars, yeah. Whoa. Whoa. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing her in concert sometime, but like her concerts are so expensive and they're so big. My siblings are teenagers and my ex is like 26. Okay, well that makes a bit more sense, I guess. Yeah, I guess actually that does make sense, because like if you grew up with her music, you know, then at the time that she was like blowing up, you would have been a teenager. Like I was a teenager. Totally is our generation. Yeah, I think you're right. I think all of her fans are basically adults now. Or many of them. I mean, because I'm 27, so I also grew up with Taylor Swift. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, maybe they're not all little kids anymore. It's just our friend accident, ancient streamer. Yeah. I'm so old. I'm so old. I'm ancient. I need my glasses. Am I 24 or 25? Bro. You're 24 and you will be 25. Because after my birthday, it looks like we're 3 years apart. But then when your birthday comes, we'll be back to 2 years apart. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. I did get a pretty late start streaming though, didn't I? That's okay. I feel like people get later starts to other things and works out alright for them, so. When you realize 22 is not longer about you, so you need her to make a song about being 33, right? Right? And it would be super easy to switch too, right? You could do, instead of, I don't know about you, I'm feeling 22. It's like, I don't know about me, but I'm feeling 33. That doesn't really make any sense though. But it'd be pretty easy to switch, I think. Just make a 33 version. I've been 22, bruh. That was a while ago. Yeah, just like update all her songs for like we can still have something to look forward to. Oh man. Oh, aging, huh? How about that aging? Surely I am not third wheeling this stream. Oh man. It is welcome. It is. Not gonna read that, not gonna read that. Whoa, jeez. I am what I am. Only 10 kudos. It's only 900 words. Jason Todd and Bruce Wayne? I'm checking ya. When did I do that one? Oh, only mentioned. Okay, I'm gonna do one more DC fic, and then I think I'm gonna spin the wheel again. We can do another category. I'm gonna do that. Oh wait, I forgot to open a new tab. Okay, this one's even shorter than the last one, less than 1,000 words. Guess we'll see, man. I don't know what to expect. Oh man, okay, I am what I am. Something about guns, goodness. Okay. Alright. The summary. Bruce Wayne was the one who taught Jason how to use a gun. Remembered how Bruce taught Jason how to use a gun and thought there was a beautiful irony in that. Okay. Well, are we ready for fic number 3 of the night? Oh, what if we rank them? We could rank all the ones that we read. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do that. How do I... what would be the best way to do that? I'm gonna have to keep a note somewhere. Like a tally, maybe? After? Okay, I at least need to keep... I need to remember which ones I've read then, so I'll just keep them open. This one we read. And then... I don't know if it'll still show up in chat. Because I closed the tab. Uh-oh. Will it show up? Where's that first one that I read? Oh, I can't scroll past... I can't scroll back enough. We'll just call it the Phineas and Ferb one. I'm calling it the Phineas and Ferb one. Okay, fic number 3. You know how to use a gun? They're coming back from patrol. It's been quite an evening. Fuck me. It hasn't been a quiet evening. Trouble with Two-Face, gangs, and the sort. But it's the kind of thing Jason is used to, nearing his 3rd month as Robin. They had just been talking about Gotham, about crime fighting, and somehow have landed on this revelation. Bruce says, Of course I know how to use a gun. I know how to use anything. Jason gapes, but you don't use guns. That's like your whole thing. He almost winces at how juvenile he must sound. At 13, he's old enough to know when he sounds immature. He's 13 in this? Holy shit. But not old enough to stop being immature. But it's true. Jason isn't quite sure why this was so shocking to him. He's fucking 13 in this. There wasn't any warnings on it. So, and there better not be. If he's 13 in this, holy shit. We gotta be careful. Okay. I don't think this is anything like that though. Okay. Jason isn't quite sure why this was so shocking to him. Logically, it's obvious that Batman would at the very least know how to deal with guns. But those two things still don't quite fit together in Jason's brain. Being able to do something and choosing to do it are different things, Jay. For me, it's the difference between walking on the edge of a cliff and jumping. It's a display of control and of discipline. But not being able to walk on the edge at all? That's not control or discipline. That's lack of ability. It's incompetence, and that's not something I can afford, ever. Tags? No, it was linked. It was linked in chat, but I scrolled back and it's been disappeared. I can go back in my history though. Now that I think about it, I can go back in my Chrome history, so it'll be fine. It'll be all good. I can go back in Chrome history. Maybe I... Okay. Bruce has a way of saying things like he's declaring them. If they were not that way before he spoke, they are that way after. I am what I am. Oh, there's the title. It's the title! It's the title of the fic! Jason asked tentatively, Can I give it a try? Bruce hesitates and considers his new son. Is this canon? I didn't know about this. Oops. Jason is as young as Dick was when he taught him gun safety, but a part of him has a small irrational fear that he may accidentally give Jay an affinity for the weapon, or for whatever reason. Despite his affection for him, he has only known the boy for a few months, and there exists an unfamiliarity between them still. But there's a seriousness in the way Jason asks, a kind of caution that shows. Even though he doesn't tend to take things too seriously, he's not playing right now. Bruce finds himself saying, "Of course." A few hours later, they stand at the Batcave, now rearranged. Targets are set at a distance, ear protection and safety goggles are on. Guns in hands, he didn't quite know what he was holding. Something semi-automatic pistol, something 22, but he knew he was meant to try and get the bullet as close to the center of the target as possible. Jason, doing everything wrong, asks, "Like this?" They stand in a rearranged Batcave, as always. What? Jason is kind of surprised by the sheer amount of stuff Bruce Wayne has. Like these targets and helmets, and also apparently guns. I think there was like a section they meant to cut out, and then they meant to start it here. This is what it feels like. Bruce adjusts his fingers, showing infinite patience. With both hands, like I showed you. Not like in the movies. But what if I want to look like James Bond? Alfred, noted James Bond hater, scoffs in the background. He thinks it's MI6 propaganda, and poor MI6 propaganda at that. Oh my god. They made Alfred hate James Bond. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. What if I don't want to break your what if I don't want you to break a finger? Bruce says. Jason smiles and readjusts and focuses. All background noise fades out, and it's just him and the target. He could have sworn it was farther away before, but now it seems right in front of him. It looks like an eye. And in his head, he thinks about how calm Bruce is, despite his son is holding the thing that killed his parents. Did his hands shake the first time he used it, or was he just as calm as he is now? Jason realizes he cannot imagine his father as a boy, only a man. He wonders if he'll be like that one day, if he can be. Bruce says, seemingly somewhere from a distance, "Now, I don't want you to focus on aiming, just get this right. The recoil and noise may startle you at first, but it's important not to bang." There's a shock on Bruce and Alfred and even Jason's face, and then there's the target, unmoved, but with a small trail of smoke blowing out the center. Bullseye. "Beginner's luck," Jason says, slightly nervous. Bruce is now looking at him. "Maybe. Or maybe we have a future sharpshooter in our hands," Alfred teases. Bruce seems to consider him neutrally in a way that does not ease his nerves. Is he disappointed? Happy? Is it better for Jason to be a useless shot or to be a naturally gifted one? Jason has little preference himself, only for what would please his father, because even though he has never been denied Bruce's approval, he still wants it more than anything. You can see the sunrise every day, still reach for the light. Oh. That was very good, he says now. But your body was out of line with the shot. Try again, and this time, Jason puts the gun down on the table. Pointed down on the table, pointed down like he'd been told. I think I might be good for the day. I know how to hold one now, and that's all I wanted, and all I really need. There are a ton more weapons I need to get better at other than this. He grins lopsided. Besides, I don't want to lose a win streak. Surprise is on Bruce's face, and then he smiles. Jason feels himself relax. Bruce pats him on the back. Good lad. Good lad. Such a good lad. Just such a good lad. Okay, that was fic number 3. 3? Lordy. That one was less fun, I feel like. It was just kind of there. It was way less fun. Let's see if we can get another good one. Hunger Games! Uh-oh. 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 You guys ready? Should I do Hunger Games trilogy or Hunger Games series? Probably series, yeah? Because that's like... Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna exclude crossovers. Complete only. And then we're gonna put a limit. Kudos 0. Where do I put the word count? Word count. Max 3,000. Search. Oh, it just shows me exactly 3,000. Ruh. 3? Complete, no crossovers. Oh, only 3 for that exactly. Okay, hold on. Let me edit again. No, it's saved. We're good. So let me make it. I'll do like that and see what happens. We'll see what happens. 10,000. This one's only 900. So that's pretty short. Graphic depictions of violence, major character death. Oh gosh. Okay. For archival purposes. Casual sex, comfort sex. See, that's the thing. I don't know what I'm allowed to, like, say, you know? I don't know what I'm allowed to say. Like, how uncomfortable am I allowed to make people feel? Before I get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. Me too. This is... Same. Same. Okay. I guess I should probably avoid, like, overt... anything that's, like... What's the rating after M? There's, like, a movie rating after the rating M. What is that one? PG-13 M, and then there's, like, what, NA, or, like... something like that. Oh no, it's PG-13 R and then M. There's gotta be a better... this is the only way I can think of to, like... But then again, if it's really, really shitty, then it's probably popular for being shitty too, so maybe... You know? The Boy Who Changed. Google shitty funny fanfics. That's a good idea. That's a better idea. Hilariously bad and or disgusting. Just a second, guys. Don't want to show anything accidentally. What is this? Oh. How many chapters is this? Chapters 10? 2,800 words. It's also a Harry Potter fic. You want to try? It's called... Well, you can't really... It's this. This is the title. Just a bunch of H's. Harry Potter eventually eats a sandwich and discusses life with a famous author. It's got 10 chapters, less than 3,000 words. It's got angst and romance, apparently. It's between Bellatrix and Seamus. Really? Chapter 3 includes invented distortions of homophobic slurs, and Chapter 6 includes the word grape, but no actual grape. So, trigger warning for you guys too. Oh, gotta stretch my leggies. Stretchy my leggies. I got stretchy my leggies. Okay. Alright, I think we're reading this one. Alright, here we go. This is a Harry Potter fic. I was much younger. This is like the disclaimer before you start reading. I was much younger, less worldly person when I wrote these stories. I felt that things like grape and phobic slurs, while awful, could be warped into absurd caricatures that transcended their hurtful origins. While this may be true in other contexts from other authors, I do not feel it is my place to do it. The experiences of those who have suffered from those things are bad enough as it is, without my story normalizing the language that makes them accepted. I could delete the stories, but that would not change their history and prevalence. I chose to let them remain as a testament to my prior ignorance. Interesting. 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 Should I keep going? Should I keep reading? I'm gonna see if I can find something else. Oh, Pokemon? Wait, Pokemon? That was easy. There's a whole master thread on Reddit. Reddit is just Reddit. Okay, Pokemon Champion. A bad fic. Oh? Okay, there's 4 chapters. 3 chapters. No, 4 chapters. Bruh. 4 chapters, 3,700 words. Fiction K. What kind of rating is that? Fiction K? Kid? Fiction Kid? Fiction crap? With a K? I don't know. It's called a bad fic though, so it seems like it's exactly what we're looking for. Yeah, this isn't so bad. Do you want me to do it? It's Pokemon. Does that sound okay? You guys down for that? A Pokemon fic? Nash Fetchum. Nash Fetchum starts his journey to become Pokemon champion, but something is haunting him. Mewtwo wants to destroying all humanity except for one girl. What will he do? The last final is upon. Will history repeat? I like it. I'm kind of down. I'm kind of down. Okay, chapter 1. Pokemon Champion. I always wanted to do one of these. Yeah. Okay, I think this is gonna be a funny one. I think this is gonna be entertaining at least. I always wanted to do one of these, but I see now that it's a lot harder than it seems. In the extremely unlikely event that I ever do another one, I know that I have a lot to work on. For the maximum effect, read it slowly and out loud in your most dramatic and epic voice possible. Understood. Am I gonna be able to understand the sentences though? Oh. Okay. Slowly and in your most dramatic, epic voice possible. Okay. I don't know. What kind of, is it like maybe I should do like an announcer voice? Or like a Nash Fetch'em! Or I don't know, what kind of I don't know. Maybe I don't have an epic voice. Shit. He was Ash Ketchum's cousin. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm just gonna go for it. Nash Fetch'em. And he was Ash Ketchum's cousin. He lived from Pallet Town, but wasn't from the same year, so he was never met with as his cousin. One day, Nash Fetch'em got up to start his Pokemon journey once and for all. Nash Fetch'em said, "I will be the Pokemon champion," and got up, put on his socks, but looked at the cloak, and he was very late. The cloak? But he was very late, so he got backpack and left faster. Oh my god. Sorry. Dr. Oak said, "You are late," and showed him empty Pokeballs with no Pokemon in them. Nash Fetch'em said, "But what the Pokemon will I have?" A mysterious voice said, "Take the other Pokeball, Nash." And he looked, but didn't see the voice. But he took the Pokeball under the table and opened it. Pika! It was Pikachu! Dr. Oak said, "I didn't glad almost that one." Oh my god, what's going on? Oh my god, what's going on? "I didn't glad almost that one," Dr. Oak said. "It looks like it like you." And smiled. But watch out! It was too late as Nash Fetch'em was zapped and fall to the ground with bruises and crispy. What is going on? Is this what a bad fic is like? Is this what a bad fic is like? This is so fun though. Oh my gosh. Okay. Nash Fetch'em said goodbye to his mother and left on the road for the town where the first gym was. Pikachu did followed along with Nash, and as he told stories of how he would be Pokemon champion. Nash Fetch'em went to gym because he said, I have to be good Pokemon champion like my brother Ash." And he was ready for battle with the gym leader named Broke. Okay, keep it together. "Draw your Pokemon," said the Broke cousin, brother, huh? Yeah, I don't really know. Hold on. Wait. Ash is his cousin, I think. Yeah. cousin. I don't know who Broke is, though. Wait. It's just the gym teacher, I think. Yeah. I think? Methinks. Okay. Where are we at? Draw your Pokemon, said the Broke, as he showed him a rock onyx dragon. Nash was going to use the Weedle he found in some grass, but the voice said, "No, use Pikachu!" But again, Nash looked around and didn't see voices. "Who are you?" said Nash Fetch'em. Back to Nash Fetch'em. What? What? "You have to use Pikachu because it is the dragon's weakness," said the voice. Then it was just silence. "Go Pikachu!" said Nash. But Broke counter with rocks, and Pikachu had to dodge, then threw Pokemon at him and landed a leap. An attack missed. Dust everywhere. Then it settled, and Pokemon was tops. Pikachu, I said Pokemon, fuck me, and Pikachu was tops. Broke said, "Good job, take this, Budge." And Nash Fetch'em had 2 badges, because one was from Pallet Town 5 years ago. Nash Fetch'em was on the road again and laughed. It was nice out. The trees were happy in the air, but Nash Fetch'em thinked about the voice that was right more than him. But the voice said, "Nash Fetch'em, look up." And Nash, looking up to the other skies, and saw Ray... How do you say that? Rayquaza? Rayquaza? How do you say that? Uh-oh. How do you say that? Uh-oh. Anyways, hopefully they don't oh, they do say it again. Fuck. I don't know that one. Rayquaza. 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 Did they spell it wrong? Rayquaza. The nice lady said, "Cute Rayquaza, it's time to play with your blocks." But Rayquaza said, I don't want to say this wrong 50 times. How do I say this? How do I say this? Rayquaza. Google it? Oh my god. How to pronounce Rayquaza Pokemon? Rayquaza. No, hold on. Pokemon. Rayquaza. Rayquaza. Okay, Rayquaza. Sure. Okay. Okay. But when we put on Rayquaza, the nice lady said, "Cute Rayquaza, it's time to play with your blocks." But Rayquaza said, "Rayquaza does not play with blocks." And he hyper beamed, and the daycare center blew up. Next, he had to battle at a gym with Pants. He waited, but the voice said to him, "Nash Fetch'em, use Pikachu again." But Nash Fetch'em said, "But the plants are hard with Pikachu." But the voice didn't answer again. I don't want to go back there. Where? To Google? So he went. The enemy pulled out a gloom and said to Nash Fetch'em, "You think you have what it takes, boy?" And attacked. Pikachu dodged and leaped quickly through the air and did electro sparks. Gloom filled with electric and soon could not battle anymore. It was certain. Pikachu said, "Pika!" because had won the battle again. The gym leader said, "I had you wrong, kid," and gave another badge to Nash Fetch'em. Nash Fetch'em went to the other gyms really fast. He fought long and hard and got every badge because he always did his best. There were times when he stopped, but the voice said again, "No, Nash Fetchum, you must battle to be Pokemon champion." And he listened to the voice to keep fighting. His peers fell when he collected his last badge to enter and the last battle. Nash Fetchum stood at the last battle for all. Crowds gathered from where? The mood was at the limit for Nash Fetchum's quest to be Pokemon champion. It's gonna be hard to read all this in this voice, I'm not gonna lie. The voice said, "Nash Fetchum, use Pidgeot, then Pikachu." So he did. He chose Pidgey for the first round. Oh, Pidgey, not Pidgeot. Duh, I knew that one actually. Whoopsies. The other trainer said, "I will be the best," and said Charizard. They flew through the air, but Pidgey was smaller and could dodge faster like lightning. Whirlwinds in the air. Charizard blew firebolts out Pidgey. What? Charizard blew firebolts, but Pidgey went fast and threw them to hit the target. It was like nothing before. And then Pidgey caught fire and flapped to put out, but Charizard stomped him fast and he was the victor. Nash Fetchum said, "No, Pidgey!" Then send it out Pikachu in replace. Pikachu dove fast and finished off the fight because the Charizard was weak now. Then the trainer chose Zubat, but Pikachu won too! Finally, he was at his last Pokemon. And the crowd turned to nuts! Can you imagine the crowd turning into nuts? Holy shit. Go, Ninetales! And Ninetales came out. It swirled like fireballs and struck Pikachu like thunder. And then Pikachu's face fell to the ground. Nash Fetchum said, Go Pikachu, you can do it!" And Pikachu got back up and jumped and slammed it in the face so it went flying and didn't get up. The man said, "Nash Fetchum wins!" And Nash Fetchum cried as he hugged Pikachu. Pikachu said, "Pika!" And Nash Fetchum said, "We win, Pikachu, and I'm Pokemon champion!" And cried more. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, it's hot. I can do this. I can do this. I'm almost at the end too, I swear. Okay. But then, something horrible happened. The voice said, "Congratulations, Nash Fetchum, you did well." And Nash Fetchum looked up to see Mewtwo standing in front. Nash Fetchum said, "It's you all along." And Mewtwo said, "Thank you, Nash Fetchum. You helped me take over the world. You did well, my little Pokemon." What? Is this Pokemonception? Is this Nash Fetchum said, "But I'm not a Pokemon." Oh, okay. We're gonna address it. But Mewtwo said, "I am your master, Nash Ketchum. Pikachu was only your imagination because you are Pikachu." Nash Fetchum looked down and saw his yellow paws and fur for the first time. Mewtwo said, "You did well, my little one. You deserve rest." And he held out Pokeball. Nash Fetchum said, "No!" and tried to dodge it, but it was too late for him. He got caught into the Pokeball and stayed there forever. The end. That was intense. That was really intense. I have no idea if I did a good job or not, but that was kind of fun, not gonna lie. He was a Pokemon? He thought he was a person, but he was a Pokemon. Holy shit. It was Pokemonception, bruh. And the Pokemon really wasn't the Pokemon. My mind is... I think there's more chapters though. This is fun. I like this one. Are you guys enjoying this one? Hannah's enjoying it. I don't want to read something that's not fun for you guys to watch, you know? You guys enjoying this one, the Pokemon one? Y'all chilling? Everybody's chilling, I guess? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Before I read, I think this is like different, like 3 different stories and not 3 different chapters. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Love Strikes Mewtwo back? Maybe it's a continuation. Holy shit. Okay, but I have to go to the bathroom real quick. As always. As always. As always. Oh, that's such a cute one. Big cat. Aw, that's so cute. Also, chat, if you want to, when you have to go, if you I don't know what I'm trying to say. What okay, so I have a song. This song. Okay, ready? Ready? You know this one, probably. Most people know this one now. Right? We're getting ready. We're getting ready. Okay. You know that one? Okay. If you would like, I can play that for you when it's time for you to, if you gotta leave stream. If you gotta leave stream, just be like, bye guys, I'm out. And I'll play the song for you. As a goodbye. Just an option. If you're feeling so inclined. If you don't mind the attention. Anyways, I lost my place in the jazz. Is it this one? Ooh, sounds like sexy time. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Chair will take very good care of you. Por uno momento, por favor. You should make the point redemption for making the background lights colorful. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll add that. I'll add that tomorrow. That's a good idea. I should do that. I don't know if I can... I think I have to do it where, like, you redeem it and then I do it manually, though. Because I have, like, the app to control it, but I think that's a good idea. Very good idea. I'll do that. Also, as a reminder, to anyone watching who is followed, I made a loyalty point system because I'm not affiliate yet, so I don't have channel points, but we do have a loyalty point system. So if you are followed, you will automatically get 50 points every 10 minutes you watch. You can type the command points to see how many points you have. You can type the command point store, and if you click the link, you will see all the commands for all the redeems. And then another point for grabbing a random book off the shelf and telling us what it is. Actually, wait, are we onto something here? Let me turn the Spotify back down just a little bit. So, hold on, are you saying that, like, you can redeem me grabbing a book off the shelf and telling you, like, a random book and telling you what it is? Or, like, yeah? I like that. I'll add that. I'll add that and changing the light color. We can do that for sure. I'll add those two commands or redeems tomorrow. Okay, I'll add book and lights. Add book and lights redeems. Gotta add it to my list or I'll forget. Show the colorful lights, please. I can turn them colorful. I can do that right now. Yay! Let me turn them up just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Can they be brown? Can they be blue? Can they be violet sky? Can they be hurtful? Can they be purple? Can they be... Oh shit, what's the next line? Fuck. I can be brown, I can be blue. Violet sky, I can be hurtful, I can be purple, I can be anything. Anything you like. Anything you like. Can they be anything that we like? No, they can only be RGB colors. Unfortunately. I could be brown, I could be blue. Well, now I have that song stuck in my head. Now I have that song stuck in my head. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Oh man. Okay. You're welcome. It is kind of a catchy song, but like in a good way. It's not like one of those like cursed songs where once you get it stuck in your head, it fucking drives you crazy. You feel like you're losing your mind. Those songs, those ones will make you lose brain cells. This isn't one of those songs. Man, how long ago was that trend? I feel like that was like a couple of years ago now, wasn't it? Or was it just last year? I don't know. I don't know. Feels like it was at least COVID era, no? I feel like that song was COVID era. It's giving nostalgia. It's giving nostalgia. Also, supposedly the reason songs get stuck in your head on a loop is because you don't have the conclusion to them. People suggest singing happy birthday start to finish to alleviate the issue. Sometimes it works, sometimes not too much. Interesting. Because you don't have the conclusion to them. It is true though, when I get a song stuck in my head, it's not the whole song, it's only one certain part of the song. It's only one certain part, so that tracks. That does track. Yeah. Okay. So I just have to sing happy birthday. Huh. Usually it will also help if I play a song like all the way through. If I play a song all the way through and sing it, then that also helps. It's supposedly your brain trying to remember what's next in the song. So it keeps playing the same part. Oh my gosh. What a curse. What a curse for our poor brains. Our poor brains. Oh no. Oh, our poor brainicles can't keep up. They're just stuck on loop. I heard though that we actually only use like a very small percentage of our brains. Like why do we short circuit so much if we have such larger potential for brain power? You know? How does that even happen? Unless that was just not true. But I feel like I heard that several places. Happy I could teach you something new. Now I've earned my crumble cookie I brought home earlier. BRB gonna snag it and a glass of milk. Ooh, that's a good snack. Nice. Very nice. Crumble cookie and glass of milk. Yum yum. Yum yum yum. I am gonna pour myself one final glass. One final glass. Potentially, maybe. Maybe it's the glass, maybe it's not. You never know. You never know. I think this is glass number 4. You need one too?
Yeah. Hi, chat. Say hi, chat. It's your beautiful mod. It's weird to see myself in chat and then I'm right here. And I just joined back in. Okay. Thank you. No problem. Oh, hey, it's the Hannah again. Yeah. You almost missed her. One and only. The one and the only. And yes, she's gone. Would you guys be interested in another, I don't even know how I should call it. I don't want to, like a collab or like co-stream with me and Hannah. I feel like that one was pretty, the last one we did was pretty fun. We could do another one of those if Hannah is down. Whoa, 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 she may be your one and only, but I don't know how I feel about these subliminal messages. I don't know what you're talking about. What subliminal messages? It's all in your head. It's not true. It's all lies. Oh man. I'm talking about the subliminal message that you were what was I saying again? You weren't saying anything. Yeah. I didn't hear you say anything. I had fun and am down, but I also wasn't in chat. Yeah, that's true. You can't be here and be in chat. That is the dilemma, isn't it? Do you prefer to be in chat? I can't tell you chat's opinion. I wasn't there. What? I was talking to you, Hannah. Do you prefer to be in chat or on stream? You like both? Okay. Maybe we'll take a little poll. See what people want. What do the people want? Listen to your stream when it's calling for you. It's calling. It's always calling for you.
Listen to the stream. Yeah, you're pretty crack energy when you're on stream. You bring up the energy a lot, for sure. Listen to your stream, there's nothing else you can do. You must listen to the stream. I don't know why when it's showing, and I don't know why, but listen to your stream before you tell them goodbye. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with my mic? Maybe that's it. Are we missing a reference? No, I'm doing Listen to Your Heart by Roxette, but replacing... Oh... Listen to your heart. Da 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 da. I don't know the words to that one very well, unfortunately. That's... Oopsies! I missed it. I missed that reference. Just... losing it. I missed it. I only know the one line from that song and then like the melody. Yeah, pretty much. Oopsies. I'm uncultured. Bad Kaylee. Uncultured bad Kaylee. Lucky for you, I just gave you all the lyrics you need. True. Those are the one true lyrics. Those are the new original lyrics. The new original lyrics. It has been decided. Oh man. Sometimes hindsight be like that. Hindsight is 2020. That's what they say. That's what they say. Unless you already have 2020 vision. Then what? But I don't know. I try not to look at my hind section too much in the mirror. Oh, why not? Not much there to look at? Not covers too much in the mirror. Oh, you have the opposite problem. I see. It's a distraction. I see. You're such a memer. Oh man. Just trying to have some fun. Vibes. Good. That's what we want. All the vibes. Oh man. Oh, we have a good time. I'll be here all stream until I get distracted in another tab and randomly reappear later on. That's fair. Can't fault you for that. I also have a short attention span. I'll be looking forward to your random appearance and random jokes later on in the stream. Whenever you feel so inclined to do so. Are we down for part 2 of the Pokemon bad fic? Was part 1 okay? Shall I do another one? Was I too loud? I'm not sure if I was peaking at any point or like if my voice got distorted. Cookie time! Cookie time! Nope. Okay, excellent. Alright, let's get into it. I gotta do my only at the last yell. Okay. That's fair. I'll do my best not to peek it. Okay. Chapter 2 is called Love Strikes Mewtwo Back. Okay. I'm gonna read this as dramatically as I can. Part 1. Darkness of the Heart. I love how everything is misspelled. It's so fucking funny. Mewtwo sat still. He was angry and angsty. I'm not gonna question it. Mewtwo sat still. He was sad and angsty Pokemon as he taking over the around at the dark destruction he was caused by him. It was Boston. Now it was not. Mewtwo said, "Humans are pathetic and they will all die and only Pokemon will rule," and growled at himself. Mewtwo was born by cloned in laboratory. He held it as Mew DNA curse through his veins like nothing will. So he was the most ever powerful Pokemon. He could create shadow balls, do blow up when he wanted them to, but he felt soft and did not hate humans yet. One day, Mewtwo was walking in the sky when he saw Pokemon Trainer throw a Pokeball onto the ground. It was a Rattata that came out, and he said, "Go use Tickle Attack!" So the Rattata jumped and took out some Pidgey down below in the bushes, but they got it away before there could be catch. "You pathetic Rattata, you are weak and will never be strong Pokemon, and I am leaving you here. Don't bother following me because I hate you," and break his Pokeball under a rock. So Rattata couldn't come along. The trainer walked away and cried tears. Wow, that's mean. Holy shit. What a bad trainer. Ouch. Poor Rattata. Okay. Then, Mewtwo felt the darkness was coming fast from his heart like pulsing shadows. One day, Mewtwo was talking he said to the Rattata. Isn't it Rattata? Is it Ratta? Uh-oh. Admittedly, I don't know all my Pokemon. Anyways, why has this Rattata? That's what I thought. Okay. I do know a little bit. Okay. He said to the Rattata, "Why has this human done this to you?" And it said, "Because everyone laughs at me because I'm poor." So Mewtwo grunted and he found the trainer and blew up the Pokeballs so the Pokemon could be free, and then said to the trainer, "You will feel my wrath," and blew up. That was long ago. Now as Mewtwo standed in the sky and looked to the black dark things around, he knew it was time. "The humans all die now," Mewtwo said and flied away. Okay, part 2, she appears. Mewtwo flew to Kanto where Pokemon gyms were and said to Broke, "I will battle you." But when Broke Drew said, "Go Onix," Mewtwo stepped up and blew up the entire gym. Went explode, and the ceiling fell and made Broke die. A girl came running from down the road. She had long, limpid hair, the color of midnight, and pierced blue eyes of gray and a supple form. She saw the gym destroyed and scream, "No, he was my father!" and cry on her knees. Mewtwo saw her, and he felt different about her than with the other humans he was felt. Mewtwo said, "Jennifer, I am Mewtwo, and your father is dead." Wow, that sounds a little familiar. Just saying. And Mewtwo said, I am sorry, but humans must die so that darkness can be the everything. But you're different. Jennifer said, "Why are you doing this?" A single tear kept falling below her eyes. "Because you are human, and I am Pokemon, and there cannot be a way for peace." And Mewtwo flew off, and she's staring quiet to sky. Link's crossbow training. The fuck? That was shit. Okay. Mewtwo went to destroy other... I can't imagine how hard it is to write like this. Seriously, yeah. But like they have to do it in exactly the right way where it sounds really funny when you say it and not like you can't follow. Talent, agreed. This is really good. This is really, really good. This is a well done bad fic. Oh my gosh. Agreed. This is good. I'm excited for part 3 too. This isn't the end. Okay. Mewtwo went to destroy other places like gyms and Saffron City to watch the unbuildings crumble and humans plead. But when Mewtwo looked to the sky, he saw a face of Jennifer embed and say, "Jennifer, I keep thinking about you." And clouds passed. When Mewtwo rested for tonight, he dreamt about her eyes and swimmed in them, and in his dream it felt raining gently. Mewtwo woke up and screaming at it, "I am Mewtwo, why am I in love?" Because love, and he was very confused, because if all humans did die, then Jennifer was being died too. But he didn't want Jennifer to die because he loved her. Oh my gosh, he fell in love. Uh-oh. It's all over from here. Shit, where'd I go? Where was I? Okay. Mewtwo stared at the wall and say, "There has to be a way," and picked up a big rock and throwed it, and it turned to a throwed star. "Because if we can't be together, then..." And Mewtwo held himself head in his hand and mooped. He mooped. He fucking mooped, guys. Oh, that was so good. Oh my god, he mooped. Holy shit. Okay. Part 3. The answer. Okay. In the beginning of the morning, Mewtwo came from where and said, "Jennifer, I love you, and I don't want you to die, but you are a human." Jennifer said, "What will you do to me, Mewtwo?" "I will turn you into female Mewtwo." Oh, wrong voice. That was the narrator voice. "I will turn you into female Mewtwo." And he picked her up and flew her fast to the lab, where Mewtwo was born. He had to flying fast because the world became collapsing around down in because he was not there anymore. There was darkness, darkness and lightnings. Now, but Mewtwo didn't care when he... Okay, hold on. I need to gather myself. But Mewtwo didn't care when he held Jennifer in his arms because the world was at the center with her. Mewtwo said, "Everything will be all right, Jennifer, and we will be happy together." And she smiled back. The lab was dark and croaky because humans were not there for hundreds of years. Mewtwo did a shallow ball to activate the compter, and it said, Team Rocket, the mainframe, what are your orders? And Mewtwo told it to do. So Mewtwo took off her clothes and putted Jennifer into tanks to become the new experiment, but not of clogging, but of now body. And she became sleepsy, and her head hung out, but she kept standing by wires. Mewtwo said, "Activate now!" And the room zapped Jennifer with red streaks. The machine zoop and span fast like gear, and there were lots of sounds and light, and so much light that Mew3 can't see the room. And then there was boom, and it became stopping. The trans future was ended over, and Mewtwo waited for the tank to open to reveal the new Jennifer. She appeared as a girl Mewtwo with green instead of pink, and she walked out of the tank and almost fell, but Mewtwo catch her. They held in her arms, and there was a kiss. "Now it is done, and we are happy," Mewtwo said. But Jennifer said, "No, Mewtwo, it is not like that." "What is it do you mean?" "What is it do you mean?" "Mewtwo, this body is unstable, and I will die soon." Mewtwo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And Jennifer said, "Goodbye, Mewtwo. I love you." And then silent, because she was dead. Mewtwo held her in his arms, and she went lump and drooped down to floor. But he said still, it couldn't be. She was really gone. Mewtwo cried like, "Rah!" As lightning came where around him and shadows became the sky like dead, and the same laboratory vaporized and burned down like when he did it the first time, 100 years ago. Mewtwo rose up into the stars and started light burst like Wangstree, and the light got big, and Mewtwo exploded, and the world blew up. The end. That was really sad, actually. He went through all that trouble to turn her into a Mewtwo, and she died. Just so they could be together. Oop. Oop. Yikes. "This body is unstable and I will die soon." I just noted they smelled it Mewtwo. Yeah. Just like, so good. So good. Oh, it's so good. All right, let's see. Last part. This is the last part. You guys ready for the last part? Ready? Are you ready to rumble? Okay. This is Chapter 3. Pokemon Champion 3, Part 3. The last final. Genius. So genius. Oh my god, it's so good. Okay, Act 1. The Judgment. It's actually kind of hurting my voice a little bit. I think after this I need to do a different fic. Okay, The Judgment. The world was gone. The legendary Pokemon did not know now what to do. Now, the Acres, the god of all Pokemon, held the meeting, and all the legendarily Pokemon came in. "Mewtwo betrayed us," said he, god of Pokemon. "We must make sure like this never happens again in the new world. I will make the new world, but we will do it different this time." "What is your idea, Great One?" said Yukaro. Okay. "I have made a decision," said he. "I decree I will make Legendary High School." "Legendary High School!" they all said. All legendary must go to the high school to learn about and get degree diplomas for being legendary. Also, you will pair off into pairs, he said. There was mumbling. Act 2. Late to class. On the first day of legendary school, Dialga was late for class. You cannot be late, Dialga. You are the Time Lord after all, said Palkia, and she giggled. Shut up, said Dialga, and he grabbed his book bag and headed for class. When they got to class... This is not supposed to be a quote. Okay. When they got to class, the rest of the legendary Pokemon were there. There was Cresselia paired with Darkrai and Articuno with Ho-Ho's, and they laughed at Dialga for being late. Quiet down now, class. This is our first day here in legendary class. The teacher was Mew1. Mew1 was sad because Mewtwo died in the exploding and could not be her partner. Wait, so she lived? Bruh, this is like Romeo and Juliet type shit. She lived? She's a teacher? That's what that means, right? The teacher was a Mew1. Mew1 was sad because Mewtwo died in the exploding and could not be her partner. The drama. Yeah. The drama. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, it's getting juicy. Watch him also not be dead. Watch Mewtwo also not be dead. We'll see. They'll make a comeback. Even though he exploded. I feel like he should come back. You know what I mean? Okay. Today we will learn quadratic formy. Quadratic formula? I don't know. Lame. Rayquaza. Got it. Rayquaza said, and all were laughing. Quit! Mew1 said. Now, look at the board. X equals Y equals Z squared. Hey, Bluebutt, Giratina said to Dialga. You hear about Zekrom? No, what he said. What? No, what is up? Zekrom has take crush on Reshiram, but she went with Kyurem. Do you have to share something with the class? Mew1 said very louder, but with the bell went off and all the Pokemon left the class. Okay. Act 3. In the hall. Dialga went to his next class, but he spotted Atluga and Moltres kissing loudly next the lockers. Oh, you two, he said. At lunch, he sat next to Giratini and his partner Palkia. I feel bad for Zegeram, he says. He is lonely. Glomp! But we will never be lonely, right, Dialga? Palkia hugged him. Get off! Ooh. Why is it all written in such awfully broken English with missing letters that hurts my OCD? Yeah. Yeah. It's apparently it's like a genre. It's called a bad fic. So it's written incorrectly on purpose with the point of when you read it out loud, it sounds funny, but you can still follow. It's genius. I could never. Same. I could never. I'm such a grammar Nazi. Thanks. I hate it. You're gonna have to at least get through this one. We're halfway through. Let's see. Are you gonna eat that blue butt? Giratina said, and pointed to his french fries. Maybe we could all do something to help Zekrom. Different voice. Maybe we could all do something to help Zekrom, said Dialga, and gave French fries to Gitatina. Act 4, online. Oh, that night. Oh, sorry. That night. Oh. Why do I keep reading all the words backwards? Bruh. Tell me I don't have dyslexia too. Oh my god. Moving on. That night, all the Pokemon logged into AIM. Dialga. Hey everyone. Oh, hey everyone. Uxie. Hi. My spirit. Don't mind her. She's had a lot of sugar. Uxie. OMG, can you believe there's fan fictions of us? I found them on this one site. OMG, how dare they pair me up with Kyo Gray? The fuck? Who is Misty? My spirit. You have to turn caps lock off, girl. How do you do that? How to do that? Is it on your keyboard? What? I'm having trouble keeping all these voices separate. Hey guys, I just beat Rayquaza in chess. No fair! Victini. Raffle. Not even gonna. Dialga. Guys, it's Zekrom here. Celebi. No, else Reshiram is not here. Huh? Reshi is on a date, I think. Zeko don't know. Dialga. Well, I think we should talk about them. Lucario. What up, dude? Dialga. I'm worried about them. Lucario. Let's hear it, dude. I get the feeling something will happen with them. A Zelf? Oh my god, there's so many people. Oh, this is a struggle. There's so many people. It will be bad. I can see the future. What do we do? I don't know. Dialga logged off. Great input. Thank you. Thank you. Great input. Wonderful. Contribution to the conversation. Act 5. Dark Worth. School year passed and it was the last day of the last final. Who's talking? Palkia? Oh man, I'm going to fail my bio studies project, Palkia said. Do it for me, won't you please? Dialga. Never forgotten. It will be bad. I can see the future. He always worries about Zekrom and what will happen. Suddenly, Zekrom foot comes down and smashes the school. Roar! Dialga gasps and Palkia hugs him. No one will escape my wrath, says Zekrom. Reshiram, if you do not love me, I will destroy everything. Oh my god, this is about love? Are you fucking kidding me? No, says Dialga. Dialga screams to him. Zekrom, you have to stop. If you do not stop, you are becoming just like Mewtwo. I feel like these are like 2-year-olds. You know what I mean? Dialga learned in legendary school about Mewtwo and how he destroyed the world from his dark heart darkness. His dark heart darkness. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, oh man. Oh. Okay. You have darkness of heart! Screamed Dialga at giant Zekrom. But Zekrom was like God and didn't listen. He kept smashing things like God. Whose voice is it? I don't know what voice to act it as. Who cares? Stop right there, scum! Everyone turned to see new voice. Act 6, reinforcements. Holy shit, there's reinforcements. Okay. Dialga, Dialga, look up at the very high sky and saw Queen Mantha. Gundam flew around the streaks of light. Queen Mathna sends out funnel cloud guns. They fire noises like Zekrom lunges and dashes away to from foe. To from foe. Oh my god, I can't. I love it. Okay. Zekrom lunges and lungs and dash away to from foe and did a flip to protect dodge. Your face will die, Zeokrom, said Queen. Queen? Oh. But Gundam unleash Mega Missile and hit Electo sparks like none ever before nothing. Says Zekrom. Zeokrom wish and fall, try to hang on. He fell right up and then down and splash in the ocean. There was silence. It's the end now, we're getting there. New friendship. Ah, the legendaries stand in awe of the Gundam figure. It lands on the ground and twilight sparkle and flutter shy comes out of it. Don't worry, Zekrom will live tehe, said Twilight. What? Said all. What are you doing here, Poinus? Dialga said. Arceus and Princess Celestia show up together. Who are these people? Oh my god. See? Says Arceus. I said I would make this world different, so I made Pokemon live in Equestria and I pair myself with Princess Celestra. Now make mistake of Mewtwo will never happen again because we have the ultimate weapon. Friendship! The end. Oh my gosh, my voice hurts. My throaticle. I feel like that was kind of the weakest chapter. I don't know about you guys. The first two were better. The first two chapters were better. Right? Except they didn't let Mewtwo come back. Whoa. Agreed. Yeah. That actually really hurt my voice. It was not good for my vocal cords. Oops. Oopsies. Oopsies. It was fun though. It was super fun. Oh man. Was that in the least bit entertaining for you guys? Did I do it justice? At all? Because I can read more bad fics, but only if you guys think it's funny. It's a silly, goofy mood. Okay. A silly, goofy mood. We can go for that. We can go for a silly, goofy mood. I'm gonna put it back in full cam just for a second. Bruh. My makeup. Oh, bruh. Bruh. Uh-oh. Is there something else you want to do? Maybe play some Wordle. I kind of want to play some Wordle. That was fun. Yesterday. Would you guys be down for some Wordle?
Oh, I like that reaction.
But first, I think we need to rank all of these fics that we read today. So to recap. We read this Pokemon fic. However, the 3 chapters, well, no. I think we could rate it as an overall fic. So we've got the Pokemon Champion fic. Okay. We've got this one we didn't end up reading. We read I Am What I Am, which is the teaching, Bruce Wayne teaches Jason how to use a gun. And we have Killing Me Slow out the window. I'm always waiting for you to be waiting below. Yeah. The blue ball one. We got the blue ball one. And then we also have... Pulling it up. Revenge of Big Mitch. Revenge of Big Mitch. This was the Phineas and Ferb fic. Phineas and Ferb. So. I don't have any kind of like cool special like plugin or anything like that. So I'm just gonna type it. Okay. So we have Revenge of Big Mitch. Why is it so big? Here we go. Revenge of Big Mitch, and then we have Pokemon. No. Pokemon Champion. That was a good one. And then we have I Am What I Am. And then we also have, I think these are all of the ones, aren't they? Killing Me Slow out the window. I'm always waiting. Oh. I'm always waiting for you to be waiting below. Good Lord. Okay. So the first one we read is this one. Second one is not the second one we read, but that's fine. I'm also gonna vote on which I think. There. Okay, so these are the 5 that we read. These are the 5 that we read. The Revenge of Big Mitch is the Phineas and Ferb one. 2, 4, 1, 3. Okay, so that's your rank from like best to worst. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. I think that's a good template though. So Revenge of Big Mitch is the Phineas and Ferb one. Pokemon Champion is Pokemon. But it was written as bad fic, so like grammar issues, but on purpose. I Am What I Am was a serious one about Bruce was Bruce was Jason's father and like teaching him how to use a gun. And then Killing Me Slow out the window. I'm always waiting for you to be waiting below. I just realized I messed up. That's not number 5. That's a continuation of number 4. Because the title's just that long. Did I only read 4? Really? I did, didn't I? Let me make sure. Oh, I went to Hunger Games. Forgot. Two, 1, 4, 3. So that's your ranking. 2, 1, 4, 3. So 2 was the best bad fic. 1 was the second best bad fic. 4 was the third best bad fic, and 3 is the worst bad fic. All right, what do I think? So 2 is Pokemon Champion. I do think that one was really fun. 1, Revenge of Big Mitch, was also super out of the box, crazy fun. 4, Killing Me Slow Out the Window. I'm always waiting for you to be waiting below. You know what? Actually, I agree with that rating. I second that rating. So then maybe I can like put them in order. There we go. Best to worst. Good ranking. Good ranking. I totally agree. 100%. 100%. All right, I'm closing them out. Closing the tabs. Goodbye. 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 I sent this link to myself though, so I should be able to make this again. Woohoo! Just a sec. Just a sec. Okay, before we start Wordle, are there any other opinions on the quality? The quality of the bad fics. Quality. I'm trying to think if there's anything different. If it's any different order I would do, but I don't think there is. I don't think. You guys just chilling? Are we chilling? Chilling like a villain? Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. Yes, remove. Okay. Let's do some Wordle. Do I want this in dark mode? Yeah, probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. Okay. Space. None of them. Not a single one. Youth. Not a single one. Wait. Uh-oh, hold on. Is the dark mode messing up? It is. Okay. Oopsies. What else? What else? What else? What else? Okay. There's an E. That's it. That's all I know. Friend. Oh. Put the E's in the wrong spot. I'm just trying to get more information, though. Hold on. I'm gonna switch the music up. There we go. Make it a little bit more interesting. Interesting background music. Let me also change this.
Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lose
Can I? Ooh. No, not do that. Okay. Okay, we have E and that's it. I keep forgetting this isn't the normal one. Yeah. I don't want to do just one. I want to do more than one. I need to figure out I. It's the only vowel left though, I think. Oh. Oh. X. Nothing. Okay. Grape. Oh, there's no P or A. Tree. Drear. Let me just make sure I eliminated all the other vowels. I, A, E, I, O, U. Yeah, there's only an E. It's the only vowel. And it's at the end, so it's probably 2. Agree. No A though. Fuck. Shelly. Is there a K? No, no K. What's a 3-letter consonant combination that we can do? Green or greed? Let me just make sure I remember correctly, but if the E is at the end and it's green, does that mean it has to go in the last place, right? Okay, I was just making sure I was remembering correctly. I couldn't remember if it was like green is or what the other color was, because I haven't even gotten a yellow one. Mildly colorblind? Aw, that's okay. It's all good. Oh, man. 3. But without a letter. There's probably more consonants that I'm just not thinking of, like different combinations. Oh, that would have been so good. It's gotta be. There's no way the last one's the only E. Wedge. Ooh. That might be it. Really? Damn. Oh. I thought for sure that was it. Wedge. Maybe, veg. Clearly, obviously, yes. 100%. Clear answer. Okay, so there's got to be a 2-letter.
Birds and people are living
two-letter consonant between the E's. Surely there's not 3 E's in the word. No. Oops. Ooh. Fuck. Maybe I'm not in the right headspace for this. I'm struggling. Gem. It's probably some super obscure letter. Meh. A bit. Very. Which song is this? Phoenix by Netrum. I actually made a new command, so if you do the command for current song, it should let you know what the song is. Just current song. There's a command for it. Yep. Yeah. Phoenix by Netrum. Can I get a hint? Can I get a hint, please? Never. Nevery. I'm thinking. Nerve. Ah, that's the one. It's gotta be. Yeah. I was right there, but I just went right past it. That was good. Good one. Yeah. But I just completely totally missed it. That was good. Nerve. Alright. Oh, that was good. Okay, R-A. Oh. Joust. R-A-O. Okay. This song reminds me of a One Direction song. The beginning of a One Direction song. I bet it's supposed to sound like that. Now that I think about it. Oop. Yikes. Forever. Yikes forever. Rouse. Rouser. Roast. Oh, there's no ST. Roadie. Baron. ARO. Worth a try. Okay. Okay, okay. Baron. So the A and the O in the right place, but the R is not. Oh.
Let's skip to the good bit. Let's
Raylon without the Y. Mayor? How do you do this? How the fuck do you do this? I don't understand. How did you think that? How did you get there? AOR. Okay, so we have 2. That's it. Okay.
Self-diagnosed, thought I should mention. I thought you could be the one to fix me.
Favor. Yeah. No? Uh-oh. We're in trouble. What's another one you could do? Hey. Haler? No. Hey. Hey. Paper? No. No. Hatter?
Mum took away my PS4. I've said it so many
Dadder?
times before. How could I live
Dapper?
on? I keep
Dapper?
on
That's not how you
collecting.
spell dapper, though.
These
It's with an
every little
ER.
slights and insurrections,
Oh my god, this song is so cringe. I know it's on purpose, but it's so cringe. Bruh.
So what's it to you? Down
Paper?
I haven't even got the cue.
Paper?
And you look dreadful when you jump to what you're
Oh, come take you. Oh my god, hi Ina. Hey baby. Hi.
cool else to do.
Oh. Careful, careful, careful. Careful, careful. Razor, final answer. I trust you. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Nice. If anyone can do it, you can. Hey, boy. Nice, that was a really good one. Kudos in the chat, guys. Party in the chat for Van. That was good. Party, party. Celebrate. Brain hurts now? Yeah. Yeah, that was... Use all your brain cells. Sometimes you gotta wait a second for them to come back. Girl, you're killing my shoulder. She just claws into my shoulder. That was a good one. It was a really good one. I got you, girly. Good boy. Alright. Maybe I wanna do frame this time. A-E-R-A is good. R-A is good. Oh, boy. Oh, my sweet purry, boy. She really got her nails dug into my shoulder. I should not have picked her without a sleeve on. Okay, so we have RA and then... Ooh. Brats. Oh shit. Maybe I should do a random one that doesn't have R or A just to like figure out other letters. I think that might be a good idea. You just clipped the nails? Oh, today. I need to do that. I need to do that. She's chilling though. She definitely doesn't mean to. Aww, this is a cute song. Do they give you trouble when you try to clip their nails? I know some pets are really bad about that. Sorry, I just zoned out. I actually just completely zoned out. Okay. Ow. Okay, booby. Oh. Hi. Can you see her? No, I just pet the fuck out of them and cuddle them and they get distracted and relax and just have to fight the hair on the fluffy one to see so I don't trim too low, otherwise easy peasy. Oh, that's really good. Wow. I feel like this one would give me... She would give me scars if I tried to clip her nails myself. Oof. Oof. I don't feel like it would go down well. Then again, she does really trust me, so I don't know. But I'm glad it's super easy for you to cut yours. You just gotta put the fear in them at a young age. I suggest challenging them to duels until they realize who's superior. I don't know if she thinks she's superior. I feel like maybe she knows she's not, but then sometimes I think maybe she knows she is. She definitely acts superior, that's for sure. Goodness. She's too old for duels, though. She learned at a young age she can basically do whatever she wants. No, not whatever she wants. She knows what she can't do, but... This is a bob. Shakedown. It's a cat, right? Definitely has a superiority complex. Gotta keep those reminders ready, yeah. 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 I feel like cats are all built-in... They have built-in superiority complexes. At least it seems like it. Goodness. Rage. I don't think it's that one. Drape. No E. Drain. Damn. I thought for sure. Trap. No. Trope. I don't know. I feel like I might be losing it. I don't have enough focus for this right now. I can't think of anything. DE is already used. Trade, can't use that. Train, can't use that. IN's already used. Drake. Surely that's a word. Drake. But D is not it. Crack. Oh. Okay. Okay. Crack. Cramp. No M though. Ah. It's really close though. We're getting so close. Surely there's not another A at the end, right? Or like a OU. I've never seen this or this that I can think of. Crawl is possible. Ooh, crawl. That's it, crawl. Good job. We can't be beat with you on our side. We can't be beat. We can't be beat. All right, last one, and then I think I'm done for the day. I'm gonna go to beddy bye. Beddy bye. Let's try to get this lickety split. Okay, lickety split. Oh shit. Sorry. Wait, lick the what? Huh? Lick the what? Did I say lick? Lickety split. Lickety split. Lickety split. I mean, you can lick whatever you want, but like, I didn't say to do that, so... Where'd it go? I just saw it here. Only one vowel, but... K is less common, though. K is less common, so like, maybe... E... Fluke. F, okay. You can think whatever you want. Things will never cure at a candy store. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Then again, do candy stores really... I mean, like, they... You can go to, like, a Hershey's store. In, like, big cities. Or, like... Do they really have candy stores, though? Or they just have, like, stores with candy in them? They're, like, not exclusively candy stores, right? They really have candy stores anywhere? There are for sure candy stores, if that's what you're asking about. I know where they all are. Do tell why you know that. Do tell. We're all waiting. I'm somewhat hooked on sweets, so we don't talk about it. It's understandable. It's understandable. I've got a problem. Usually triple figures if I set foot inside. Bruh, no. Avoid it like the plague. Avoid it like the plague. That's so bad. That's hard. That's hard. It's like you really want to, but you know you shouldn't. Ugh. Yeah. You spend your money on a lot better things. But I mean, doesn't matter what I say. I mean, everybody knows that they shouldn't eat too many sweets, you know? It's fine. I only go when it's like, oh, I just happen to be in the area of this. May as well pop by, right? Might as well. I'm already here, basically. Crumble is the exception. It's on my way home. Oh, that's a tough one. That's gotta be really hard to, like, keep yourself from going to all the time. Yeah, that's a tough one. Especially when it becomes a habit. When it becomes something that you, like, have to think less and less and less about, even though it's something you know you shouldn't do. Oof, that's a tough one. That's a real tough one. Saving grace is when they have a bad cookie lineup, so I skip out for the week. Ooh. Thank God for those weeks. Thank goodness for those weeks. I added another midnight song to my music. To my liked song. Oh, not that one. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, I added it to my playlist. Opsis. Here we go. Just add it to the queue. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, let's see. Bake. Oops. 4 letters. Think. Thing. I-N. Ooh, F-I-N-E. And we know the F is here. And the E is in the 4th spot. Find. Finer? Is there anything else that could be? Surely not. We got it! We got it! We got it! We got it! Yeah! We got it! Oh yeah. Oh man. That was good. That was good. Alright. This is it for me today. And without my help? Yeah! Yeah, I guess you get better at things with practice. That's what they say, right? So proud. Thank you. Thank you for being so proud of me. Thank you. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. I'd be streaming to myself if it wasn't for you. I'd still do it, but you know. You know. Anyways. Let's see what I have on the schedule for tomorrow. How did you guys feel about the stories? For real. It's like, I enjoyed it, but I don't have to, I don't know, like, I don't feel like it's something that I want to do a lot. But it also kind of, what was I opening my phone for? Fuck. Schedule tomorrow. Good lord. Oh my god. This brain of mine. Help me. Oh, that was the lights. Where am I? Okay, so on my list here, I have a tier list. Doing some tier lists tomorrow. A bit dedge, but fun at times. Yeah. That's kind of the vibe that I got. That's the vibe that I got. Excuse me. Keep hitting my mic. Sorry, guys. So I have tier list on for tomorrow, but I'm also considering switching it out for Valo. I think I might want to do Valo instead. Like tomorrow might be a Valo day. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. First time playing Valo? First time playing Valo, maybe? Switching it up? Yeah, switching it up. I don't know if that's good or bad that I keep switching and switching and switching and switching. Like, nothing about my channel is predictable at all, except for my face. Nothing about my channel is predictable, and I'm sure that does not help. When people are like, oh, what's she about? Bitch, I don't know either. I don't know. Anyways, let's pick a banger to... Oh no, hold on. Before I do anything, I have to make sure there's nobody I can raid. I'm not gonna mess up like I did yesterday. Hello? The fuck? Why is Twitch messing up like this? Hello? Oh, that's why. Nope, not right now. Okay. Also no. Okay. Also no. Alright, no one to stream or no one to raid today. I see. It don't matter. Alright. Let's pick a song. This song's kind of good though, but it's 6 minutes. What about this one? All right. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I'm still figuring it all out, what works, what doesn't, but I appreciate it if you stuck around. And I will be live tomorrow, same time, 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Probably I think I'll play Valo tomorrow. First time ever. Never played Valo. I've definitely seen a lot of gameplay. Haven't played it myself. So I think I'll do that tomorrow. You can join the Discord if you want to. You can follow me on my socials if you want to. If you enjoyed the stream and you've not followed yet, I would super appreciate it if you would give me a follow. Helps me out a lot. That's all I got. I don't have a spiel yet. I don't have a spiel. Y'all are the bestest, better than the restest. Wait, this way. Better than the restest. The chat is on this side, but the camera's on this side. It's like, what? Anyways, see y'all next time. Good night.
Side and now I'm back like a mess now. Driving off the tracks, but I'm back and I've seen hell, but this is a bit more my style. I'm alive, I'm revived, I survived. You surprised? Gonna cry about it? You should see the other guy. I'm returned and I've waited my turn. A decade of time to make everything mine. White streak in my head.